What's up, guys? Yeah, I sat down in Vega, Texas yesterday, and ran early in the morning. So, yeah, I got rolling. I think it was about not quite 3 o'clock this morning, Central Time. And let me call her back later. Anyway, yeah, about 3 a.m. Central Time. I stopped here for a 30 plus a bit of a nap a little over an hour ago. I'll be running the rest of the shift now, streaming. I didn't stream the first half because it was in the middle of the night and 30 hours of darkness, not much to see there. So, but yeah, I'm about ready to get rolling. I'm at one of the old little shithole loves, as I like to call it. I'm in Seminole, Oklahoma, which is about 50 miles east of Oklahoma City. If you need help finding that on a map, it's exit 200. Hopefully I'll be able to get around this flat better when he gets rolling, or when he gets out of here. Alright. Get that turned the other way and now my minimum that I want to get to is Russellville, Arkansas. Though I may actually get all the way to like the petrol and yeah, probably the petrol in Little Rock. Oh, this guy's getting ready to park. Okay, so he's gonna complicate my exit a little bit, and I'm not sure if he's in frame on you or for you guys. There we go. I gotta exit that direction, so gotta wait for him to leave and get parked. I mean, and then I'll get rolling here. Yeah, I let my DM know my ETA will be my ETA to Murfreesboro will be tomorrow around 7 a.m. or so. Yeah, maybe a little bit later than that, but not far off. It's not my load doesn't deliver until 1900 tomorrow night anyway. This guy's tandems are over there over by Swift, so he's gonna have, I don't know, he's gonna probably want to pull forward and fix it. Okay, so the way he's moving there is his trailer is starting to angle even more toward Swift. He needs to go back the other way because his tandems are too close to the left side of his lane. That means he needs his trailer angled to the left also while he's backing. Or his trailer needs to be angled toward me actually while he's backing it up. Now the first move forward, I'm trying to listen for his air brakes. Is he done or? I didn't hear his brakes said, but he's not moving. I'm watching my tandems to make sure they stay clear of him right now, which, yeah, I got plenty of room over there. Alright, now I've got to figure out what Hogan Trucking is doing. I don't know if he's just pulling up to the line or if he's actually going to leave. Oh, it looks like he's stopping at the line. Okay. So I-40 is right here just a hair to the north of me. There'll be a right turn out of here, and then there'll be another right turn onto I-40. I-40 in the Little Rock area. Had a bit of fog earlier before I got through Oklahoma City. There was a spot, there was an area there with some fog that I slowed down a little bit for, and there's a little bit more between Oklahoma City and here. Still foggy though, the visibility looks pretty good overall. It's not the same just-in-time truck I saw yesterday, was it? Oh yeah, the casino's actually right across the street from us. I don't mind casinos myself. I don't gamble, but I don't mind going to casinos to park if it's a good place to park and I have restrooms and maybe some decent food too. If I'm even in the mood for food. And I've already driven 347 miles before I even stopped, so kind of gives you an idea. I already knocked out a pretty good chunk of miles before I even went there. Stop in Oklahoma City earlier because that's the cheapest fuel I was going to find anywhere along my route. For diesel fuel it was $2.85 a gallon, and then add in my 15-cent rebate and it's $2.70 a gallon. And everything else from basically from Oklahoma City going east is a little more expensive, and then when I get into Nashville, that area, the price gets back down to about the same price, $2.85, $2.89. So basically, I got myself just enough to get me to Murfreesboro. And then when I get through emptying and I get a reload, then I'll max out my tanks again. More than likely, right there in Murfreesboro. There's a Pilot truck stop literally right down the right around the corner from where I'm delivering my load to. Buffering problem as we had yesterday. I don't know what the story was there, because I had a strong 4G signal while I was parked there in Vega, and when I got onto the stream myself with my tablet, I wasn't able to get anything either. So it must have been some kind of a YouTube or Streamlabs issue. I'm getting railroaded here. Got a pickup with a trailer past me now. Got two four-wheelers, and then I got another truck. What's up, Andy? Come on, truck. Take too long to catch past me, then the Volvo behind me will end up moving over. delivery in Maine, and then you said you were picking up your other load in Maine also. Well, I guess you'll get better weather once you get down to Nogales or Yuma next week. Mostly rural, all the way into Arkansas. Hey, what's up? That's when you do a 34-hour reset while you're in the middle of load. All right. Yeah, I don't. In that context, I'm not sure the rolling part was necessary. It's just a reset. Because usually a rolling reset means that you're either you're a solo driver reset doing a 34 while you're under a load, or you're a team truck and one of you takes a 34 while the other one continues to drive, and then the other one, if they need a 34, will take a 34 while you're driving. Oh, okay. So yeah, you. So yeah, I think you'd be. Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea for you guys, at least the doubles. Because if you do doubles, then you can do a lot of the local LTL kind of stuff. They don't normally back anyway. The only time they really back is when they're hooking up their first trailer to their second trailer. Yeah, now you can maneuver them a lot more. Well, you can maneuver them in much smaller spaces. However, they will run away from you really fast. The shorter the the shorter the span is from the kingpin to the rear axle of the trailer, or the axle of the trailer in that case, the more quickly it'll react to any kind of input you give it. Depends on the state. Only a few states actually allow you to run double 53s. It's possible, but it depends on the company. Dotline, I don't. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. I'm not sure they. I don't think they do any kind of you know, double trailer loads though. Yeah, they're a drive-in company, if I believe. I see them all the time over here on I-40. Yeah, then maybe talk. Yeah, if they do hazmat loads, you'll definitely want to get that. I don't. I'm not sure about the tanker thing. Why they'd need that from you? Gonna come over this way to give that truck room. Not really. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, but you're talking about dot line transport. All I ever see. Um, yeah, good question. I don't know. I would definitely talk to some dot line drivers to get a good idea on that one. Cause I'm definitely not the person to be asking that one to. Okay. With what? Oh, okay. Do they have much for cattle or pork or whatever kind of farms in that area? Huh. Oh, okay. And speaking of live streams, I'm live right now myself. they can't hear you. They can hear me. But yeah, I'm streaming. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. And I was just getting ready to roll again after about an hour or so long break in Seminole, Oklahoma, when you called. So where? Yeah. Which route are you guys taking up there? How'd you get to 70? You take 65 up to Indianapolis and then 70 across from there, or what? Oh, okay. That's kind of, wait, it sounds 264. That'd be over by Lexington, isn't it? And then, yeah, and then you cut over from Lexington up to Columbus and then across from Columbus. Yeah, but then from Cincinnati, you go up to Columbus and then across from Columbus. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then you're going to go through Zanesville. My kind of town, founded by my kind of people. Oh, so yeah, you are almost in Pennsylvania, or actually almost in West Virginia, actually. Because yeah, isn't it? I think Wheeling is off by 70, isn't it? Yeah, it's been so long since I've been up that way. It's yeah, of course, when you were on my truck, I was going that way every single week. But yeah, yeah, and then JCT, I'm very rarely ever over that way. I've only had like 3 loads ever that went to um, Pennsylvania, and only one of them actually I took all the way there. The other 2 I swapped out because they were trying to get people home who lived out there. Not that I know of. We usually take cheese loads or other stuff out that way, and then uh, yeah, the cheese we usually pick up in California. Or with rejected load. Oh, hey, hey, Dora's calling me. So I'll talk to you later. Bye. Good morning. How you doing? What's up? Alrighty. Okay, I guess the phone call got suddenly disconnected just all of a sudden. Hey, what's up, Kenneth? How you doing? I'm at the, let's see, 224 mile marker in Oklahoma. Basically going toward Weber's Falls from Seminole. Or actually, I think Henrietta is the next city I'll be going through, which I think is about 15 or so miles from here. For everybody else here, Kenneth and I went to school together in California. And see, Kenneth, I forget where you live now. Is it here in Oklahoma or forget? I don't know. No, Nora's calling me back, so I'm gonna answer the call here. Hello. Yeah, right. You're the one that hung up on me. Whatever. Well, I have the same situation going on here. No, I'm not sure what happened there because it just suddenly like disconnected while it right in the middle of you talking. It wasn't even like you went through it. See, it just hung up again. I think it's her headset or something. Okay, I cannot tell a lie. It's your headset. Yeah, that's what it is. See, I told you it was your fault. Yeah, which yeah, I slept less than an hour, more like 40 minutes or if even that, which which was plenty. Good. I got slowed down a little bit on in Oklahoma City after I got my fuel, but yeah, and I was actually thought about doing my break in Oklahoma City, but that being the time of day and I knew I was going to get traffic problems, I was like, yeah, I'll get through the area first and then I'll shut down somewhere. Yeah, now I'm going through a never-ending construction area in the eastern half of Oklahoma and going to end my day in probably in Little Rock. Yes. Yeah, tomorrow morning I'll be in Murfreesboro. Okay. Alright. I got this part streaming also. Okay. Alright, let me too. Bye. Alright, so I know I missed a little bit of a football conversation there. I didn't quite understand the situation because I didn't look at the links, you know, in the critter chat. I know there was some kind of link that talked about how Patrick Mahomes was the youngest quarterback ever to throw 5 touchdowns in a playoff game or something. But then there were some kind of comments about him being a whiner or something along that line. I didn't quite understand it. It didn't seem to fit the highlight, the headline of the article. Because when I got parked, after I ended the stream, I tried to watch it on Hulu, because I have Hulu Live. Or Hulu Plus, or whatever it's called, and I guess it was blacked out in my area, so I wasn't able to watch it on Hulu. And then I tried to watch it on my NFL app on my phone, and I couldn't get a good bit rate, so it wasn't coming in very clearly. I mean, I was able to watch it, but I had a hard time with seeing a lot of what was going on because it was too blurry. Okay. The way it came right after the article kind of gave me the impression that maybe there was something that was written in the article I didn't read that maybe you were commenting on or something. different had they not been dropping balls too much. Then there were some other passes there where I couldn't tell if it was just accuracy problems on the passes themselves, or if the receivers were causing it to look like they had like the passes were off course. Like maybe they weren't running the routes right or something. Turnpike coming up right here. miles. Fort Smith, 90 miles. Destructive. Me fast enough, and hopefully this car behind me doesn't try to block me. Wouldn't have been able to get behind him if I hadn't slowed down. You still hit stuff, Carl. I got a slice in my right steer tire, but thankfully it didn't go deep enough to get into the inward past the tread area. Came pretty close. I had to take a really good look at the tire to make sure it was still serviceable, but it is. I ran over something that I think was in the road. Can't remember what it was. Yeah, a little strip of metal or whatever it was, and yeah, that's what put the cut in my tire. The entire guardrail was going across that road, all the way across the road. Damn. Now, where did that happen on? On 680 or on some other road? McIntosh County. Northbound at 60 mile marker. Okay, so I was about 10 miles north of I-80 then, is what you're telling me. 27 here, Tiger Mountain Road. Interesting. So you think maybe like they fell asleep behind the wheel or were distracted or maybe got incapacitated or something along that line then, huh? might have said 2016, but I couldn't read it. Carl's from Council Bluffs, Iowa area, or actually Omaha, Nebraska. Pierce Road coming up. just over 70 miles left of Oklahoma and about 150 or so of Arkansas. We're about 220 to go. I've already done 406, so that put me in a 625 or so, maybe 630-ish range by the time I shut down. Be pretty good, another pretty good shift. I had 995 total to cover from Vegas, so that'd leave me about 365, about 370 or so once I get shut down. US 69 coming up to Eufaula and Muskogee. Which means you're getting pretty close to Weber's Falls also. And now the Loves and Weber's Falls coming up pretty soon here. western half of Oklahoma on I-40 is under construction. Texana Road, Forum Landing coming up.
Off-duty California Sheriff's detective struck, killed after helping elderly woman cross the street. Mercury News 3 hours ago. The gallery will resume in seconds. An off-duty Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department detective had just helped a woman cross a street in Valley Village when she was struck by a vehicle, and died hours later on Sunday, January 12, officials said. The crash happened near Riverside Drive and Whitsett Avenue at about 11:05 a.m., Los Angeles Police Department officials said in a 5:30 p.m. tweet. Chief Michelle Moore, heavy checkmark. At Lab Chief Moore. LASD Detective Amber Leask represented the very best within our profession and showed her dedication to at Labdo. The badge, whether on or off duty, symbolizes a commitment to help those in need. Today, at last, Detective Amber Leask was tragically killed off duty doing just that, helping a person who had fallen in the street. We are keeping her friends and loved ones in our thoughts and prayers. 3 people are talking about this.
I think it was 4137.
Detective Amber Leask, 31, stopped in the left turn when she saw an elderly woman woman trip and fall inside of a crosswalk, Sheriff Alex Villanueva said during a news conference. She got out to escort the pedestrian, and was returning to her car when she was hit by vehicle traveling east on Riverside. Alex Villanueva heavy checkmark. Adlaco Sheriff. Today, Adlask is grieving. We are shocked, stunned by the sudden loss of a family member. Amber Liest, a FLAS detective, and 12-year veteran of LASD, was fatally struck by a vehicle in Atlacity while assisting others. She was an outstanding detective who lead by example. 861. 8:12 p.m., January 12, 2020. Twitter ads info and privacy. 412 people are talking about this. Liest was taken to a hospital, where she was later pronounced dead. The driver of the vehicle involved in the crash pulled. Liest was a 12-year Valley Correctional Facility in Castaic. She worked at the Lancaster station before special task force officer before becoming a detective. She was an outstanding detective who would be an example. It may take quite some time to determine who might have been at fault in the police department's Valley Traffic Bureau, and officers were expected to remain in the area to interview witnesses and gather evidence well into Sunday evening. Villanueva said sheriff's personnel at the West Hollywood station were replaced Sunday by others from different stations so that those who knew Liest could have a chance to grieve. The department also assigned a psychologist to the station where she worked. It's been a tough day for our department and for the West Hollywood station, where she was assigned, Villanueva said. About 24 deputies lined a ramp leading out of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center at 8700 Beverly Boulevard. On Sunday evening, they stood in silence and saluted as Liest's body was wheeled past them. She had been wrapped in an American flag and placed onto a stretcher, which was loaded into a Los Angeles County coroner's van. LA County Sheriff's heavy checkmark. LA County Sheriff's heavy checkmark. At last. Sometimes, no words are necessary. 653. 10:46 p.m., January 12, 2020. Twitter ads info and privacy. 260 people are talking about this. City News Service contributed to this story.
So she helped an elderly lady get all the way across the street, and then it sounded like she was crossing the street again to get back to her car. She got hit. Kind of sounds like two people were not paying attention there, both herself and the driver. I'm curious to know what the more details of that situation were. Check there, Carl. Looks like it might be buffering though. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that intersection there. We have to take a look to see those. Didn't quite recognize the streets there. Okay, so the detective was stopped in the left turn lane, and the elderly lady fell in the crosswalk. She got out to escort the pedestrian and was returning to her car. And what intersection was this? I remember him saying something about it. Then the question is, which direction was the other car coming from? Was it a light-controlled intersection? How many lanes were there? Oh, there's a lot of detail there that can make a big difference in who's ultimately at fault in that one.
Man arrested after 8 wounded in stabbing spree in Colorado Springs, police say. Man arrested after 8 wounded in stabbing spree in Colorado Springs, police say originally appeared on abcnews.go.com. A man was arrested after allegedly stabbing 8 people in and around downtown Colorado Springs early Monday morning, police said. Officers were dispatched to the area of 8th Street and Limit Street for a reported stabbing around 1:30 a.m. local time. They found 2 victims with injuries there and then found several more nearby in the America the Beautiful Park, according to the Colorado Springs Police Department.
Stay around
4
351
off-duty
West
police
coming up.
officer and mother of 2
Turnpike.
killed while
Let's
helping
go
elderly
get
woman
Tulsa.
cross the street. The officers spread out across the city to search for the suspect, who was reported to have fled to the area of Tejon Street and Boulder Street where he had allegedly stabbed several more people. Upon arriving there a short time later, the officers found the suspect who was being held down by some of his victims. The man, whose name has not yet been released, was subsequently taken into custody, according to police. 8 victims were taken to local hospitals with stab wounds. Police said their conditions were unknown. More, driver dies after deadly confrontation on Florida roadway. The attacks appeared to be random, and there was no known relationship between the suspect and the victims, police said. The incident remains under investigation.
I got 45 or so miles to go of Oklahoma. reason on that, right? Why one person goes more often than another, or spends more or less time for each treatment. I have to get a little more educated on that, how that works. With and they hook you up. Now I'm also wondering, because from other people I know of who've gone through dialysis, it seemed to be different intervals. Like some people go would do them like every day for like 5 days a week or whatever, or something along that line, and others would do maybe not quite as frequently, or maybe the duration of each treatment is different too. Like one person might have a treatment that takes longer than someone else. I'd imagine taller and larger people would probably take longer for each treatment because there's more blood to filter. But as far as the frequency, I don't understand that. I'm just kind of curious about all that. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Okay, so every other day then. Yeah, 4 hours, that's a long time. That's even longer than my chemotherapy treatments were when I was going through that. My chemo treatments would usually take about 3 hours from start to finish. Now, do they do like a saline, they run saline bag into you first and then do your treatment and then that other saline bag, or how's that all work? Educational, informative kind of stuff, so it's good learning some of this stuff, because you know, and I learned from when I was going through my cancer treatments that there were a lot of people who didn't know anything about not only the type of cancer I had, but also how chemo radiation actually worked too. I mean, there were actually people who thought they were one and the same when they're totally different. They do, they put 2 different lines in you or something? So they pump fresh blood, like filtered blood into you, and then they have another line that takes the unfiltered blood out of your body. Isn't that how that works? Pushes it back out into your body through the other line once it's been filtered. you saying that you were doing some transplant list related stuff a couple weeks ago. So pretty safe to say that you're on a transplant list, but in a more general sense, with anybody going through dialysis, does that mean anybody who goes through dialysis also goes on a transplant list? Was it 70 pounds? I forget. I remember you lost a pretty decent amount of weight. Big Sally Saw Creek. You did to get that much weight off. Great job. That's not easy to do. That's actually pretty fast. rate to lose weight at. 90 pounds in less than a year, that's more than 2 pounds per week that you're losing. That's pretty good. Construction zone after construction zone after construction zone through here. Make it stop! US 64 exit right here. Are we gonna get anyone else exiting? No. This road's in bad shape. almost, I almost want to laugh because it almost seems like, yeah, he's like showing me a beer or something. Hey, what's that? What's that? Rest area. You're going through Roland pretty soon. Speaking of, Carl, you were asking me about Roland earlier. The idea with Roland was to possibly stop there today. If I was going to end my shift yesterday in Santa Rosa, I was going to end today's shift possibly in Roland, but since I ran over about 140 more miles past Santa Rosa, I can get a lot further on this shift, and I don't plan to stop in Roland at all. I'm just going to run straight through to Little Rock. Hello, Juan Francisco. Hola. Estoy en Interstate 40 en Oklahoma. Estoy aproximadamente 15 de 20 millas oeste de Arkansas. Yeah, and Carl, also by running this way, I also better set my recaps up for a future load. If I need the recaps, I'll have more recaps to work with on the next load instead of shorting myself and putting myself in a position where I have fewer options available for reloads. figure out why these states like making these damn roads so bumpy. Side here, 41 degrees Fahrenheit. About 5 degrees Celsius. A shrine here, 2 crosses. Didn't see the names on them though. up behind me now. See if we can find a channel. Oh, they're from Seminole.
It just must suit you just fine. That's what it sounds like, man. You're in a real quiet room. I don't hear anything in there but you, man. You get up there doing your doggone thing, man. It's crystal clear. You don't sound like one of them Rudy Bruce mud runners to be out there on the fan. They're all you.
Exit 330, State Route 64 South. Back to 19. We're at half mile. Welcome to Arkansas. Should be arriving in Little Rock shortly before 2 p.m. Central Time. 1400. Van Buren, next 3 exits. I'll have a weigh station coming up right after I get past I-540. Someone got lit up over in the rest area. Like an independent driver. back over. She's got a way station coming up here.
Oscar nominations 2020, Joker and Irishman lead the nominees. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, 1917, and Parasite were also among the films receiving multiple nominations. Jan. 13, 2020 updated 12:20 p.m. ET. Los Angeles, the 92nd Academy Awards will be a showdown between old and new Hollywood. Netflix amassed a leading 24 nominations on Monday, including Best Picture honors for The Irishman and Marriage Story, but traditional studios were only a heartbeat behind. Despite a plethora of diverse films competing for Oscar love this year, the Academy largely maintained its traditional point of view, handing out the most nominations to 4 very male, very white films. Joker, Warner Brothers, led all films with 11 nominations, including ones for Best Picture, Director Todd Phillips, Actor Joaquin Phoenix, and Score Hildur Guðnadóttir. The visually dazzling World War I epic 1917, Universal, and Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Sony, each received 10, including Best Picture recognition. The Irishman also garnered 10. The Best Picture category can have as many as 10 or as few as 5 nominees, depending on how the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences spreads its support. This year there were 9. Joining Joker, The Irishman, Marriage Story, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and 1917 were Ford v Ferrari, Jojo Rabbit, Little Women, and Parasite. Black actors and actresses were largely overlooked, with the British-Nigerian actress Cynthia Erivo, Harriet, as the sole nominee. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has mounted an effort to double female and minority membership, in large part by inviting in more film professionals from overseas. But even after 4 years of the initiative, the organization remains 68% male and 84% white. The directors branch again overlooked women, bypassing acclaimed work from Greta Gerwig, Little Women, Lulu Wang, The Farewell, and others. But the membership showed signs of progress with its recognition for Bong Joon-ho's Parasite, which earned 6 nominations, including its Best Picture nomination, the first one ever for a South Korean film. Over the last decade, the Academy Awards have become a bit superfluous, with a torrent of precursor ceremonies leaving fans and honorees exhausted and the contents of the envelopes unsurprising. The Academy's Board of Governors, alarmed by sharp declines in television ratings, decided in 2018 to move up this year's ceremony. It will be held on February 9th, 2 weeks earlier than the last go-round, a seemingly small truncation that nonetheless has the movie capital in a tizzy. ABC, which broadcasts the Oscars, said last week that the ceremony, viewed by roughly 30 million people in the United States, would not have a host for the second year in a row. Hosting is a thankless job that many celebrities turn down. Fully vetting a host, scrubbing their social media accounts for potentially offensive comments, is time-consuming and far from foolproof, and last year's host-free show stopped the ratings free fall. Here are the nominees. The lead actor Oscar nominations went to Joaquin Phoenix for his mentally ill outcast in Joker, Adam Driver for his portrayal of a woebegone husband in Marriage Story, and Leonardo DiCaprio, who played a washed-up actor in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Antonio Banderas was also included, with Oscar voters admiring his performance as a gravely depressed Spanish filmmaker in Pedro Almodovar's little scene, Pain and Glory. Jonathan Pryce, The Two Popes, rounded out the category. Robert De Niro, The Irishman, and Christian Bale, Ford v Ferrari, as well as the relative newcomer Taron Egerton, Rocketman. The nominees for Best Actress are Erivo, Harriet, Scarlett Johansson, Marriage Story, Saoirse Ronan, Little Women, Charlize Theron, Bombshell, and Renee Zellweger, Judy. The nominees for Best Actress in a Supporting Role are Kathy Bates, Richard Jewell, Laura Dern, Marriage Story, Scarlett Johansson, Jojo Rabbit, Florence Pugh, Little Women, and Margot Robbie, Bombshell. The nominees for Best Actor in a Supporting Role are Tom Hanks, A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, Anthony Hopkins, The Two Popes, Al Pacino, The Irishman, Joe Pesci, The Irishman, and Brad Pitt, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The nominees for Best Director are Bong, Parasite, Sam Mendes, 1917, Todd Phillips, Joker, Martin Scorsese, The Irishman, and Tarantino, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It was a moment of recognition for Parasite. The acclaimed South Korean filmmaker Bong Joon-ho delivered one of the year's most beloved movies, the drama-comedy horror mashup Parasite. It was nominated for Best Picture, and Bong was honored for his direction. Parasite also figured into the original screenplay and international film categories as well. The Academy retired the Best Foreign Language Film, name after last year's ceremony. The prize is now called Best International Feature. No directing nod for Greta Gerwig. Gerwig, Wong, Marielle Heller, A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, Lorene Scafaria, Hustlers, Melina Matsoukas, Queen and Slim, and Cassie Lemons, Harriet delivered well-reviewed movies that connected at the box office in 2019. But women have been pushed aside for directing honors, with the Globes and the Influential Directors Guild of America giving all of their award nominations to men. The Oscars were no different. Gerwig was overlooked, though her script for Little Women was nominated and the film was given a nod for Best Picture. Gerwig would have made history as the first woman to become a two-time directing nominee. Only 5 women have ever been nominated for Best Director in the history of the Academy Awards, and Gerwig is one, having been honored for Lady Bird in 2018. The Netflix slate stretches to Best Documentary. With its dump truck of campaign cash and numerous films in contention, including the documentary, American Factory, and the animated Klaus, and I Lost My Body, Netflix had a very good morning, especially considering how new it is to the Oscars. The streaming service only received its first Best Picture nomination last year, Roma. The first time it won anything was in 2018, when Icarus collected the Oscar for Best Documentary.
11 miles from Ozark.
Nominating American Factory, about a Chinese billionaire who reopened an Ohio automotive plant, was the equivalent of sending an Oscar invitation to Barack and Michelle Obama. The former president and first lady have a multi-year production deal with Netflix, and American Factory, produced with participant media, was their first release. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Zolo Martinez. Answer, January 1st, 2020. Not someone else but myself. In my earlier days of driving. Not sure how it started, but I ended up at an intersection, stoplight, where the 3 lanes converged into 2 with all lanes filled with vehicles. So the light turns green and we all proceed through the light. One of these vehicles is a raggedy 60s Mustang, nothing great to look at, but probably has a modified V8 in some way, as most were back in the early 80s. I'm driving a 4CYL83 Honda, nothing of any muscle significance, but it was brand new at the time. So not sure what got this guy upset, but I sort of get a weird look and vibe from the guy. He's in the left lane and I'm in the right lane at this point. Anyways, there's no vehicles in front of us, so I figure just drive straight ahead. So I notice this guy pulls away ahead of me and starts to change into my lane. My immediate response is red flag, move over to the left lane this guy was in. As we are simultaneously changing lanes, I see him perform a brake check in the lane that I just left. The look on the guy's face was priceless. Like, how did you magically get over there so quickly? Well, I anticipated what was going to happen, so I just moved over. He seemed to have met his match because he just left the scene like he soiled himself. Yeah, that Mustang has double the cylinders and power, this Honda is no match for that. Goes to show, you don't necessarily need power, just brains. You never know what's going on with drivers, don't provoke or participate with similar behavior, don't race or try to prove a point. Just move on, you'll never see them again anyways. 1.6K views. View 38 upvoters. About the author. Zolo Martinez. Lives in San Diego, CA 1980 present. 61.2K content views, 1.9K this month. View 32 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 4 of 145. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Barbara Anderson. Answered December 25, 2019. Not sure how clever this action was, but some years ago, my then husband and I were on a vacation to Santa Fe, NM. We were visiting friends and stayed rather late. They lived up in the mountains on a narrow, winding two-way traffic road. As we pulled out onto the road to head back to our hotel, not expecting any traffic out there at that time of night, a bright pair of headlights came up right behind us. The road was pretty treacherous, with mountain rocks on the downside, and a steep drop-off on the upside. It really required careful negotiation to be safe. Like, not exceeding the 40 miles per hour speed limit. Well, the car behind us came right up on our bumper and stayed there, with brights on. I was driving, and not easily intimidated on the road. So I tried to shake them by driving just a little bit faster. No, they stayed right there, dangerously close to our rear. I could see in the rear view mirror that they were a carload of teenage boys. They thought they were about to have fun with us touristas. Finally, I slowed down almost to a stop. They slowed down behind us. They weren't budging, at first. Finally they got tired, I guess, of trying to wait us out there on that dark country road. So they finally went around us and on down the way. I felt relieved. So after a few moments, I proceeded back in the road at a normal, safe speed. Well, there they are again, waiting up ahead to ambush us and pull back in behind us to resume the same obnoxious behavior. My husband was getting anxious at this point. He could see I was getting my ire up. And what that might mean, we did not know if these young thugs had a gun, or not. Serious gamble, if they did. So I'd finally about had enough. I tried to outrun them by driving insanely fast around those mountain curves. They stayed put behind me, constantly flashing their brights at us. Okay. I slowed way down again, to a stop in the middle of the road. They paused for a moment, then decided to pull up alongside of us, evidently to intimidate us. They leered and jeered, and made threatening gestures. But I was ready. As soon as they hit the gas to pull ahead of us, I hit the gas too, at the same time. That shocked them, because they were on the wrong side of the road. They were now headed downhill in the uphill lane. And I kept exact pace with them so they couldn't get over. If they tried to slow down to get behind us, I slowed down to an exact match. Hey, they were dangerously trapped over there on that side of the road. They tried accelerating really fast, but I was ready and still kept pace with them, the two cars careening around this narrow, winding mountain road at top speeds. They were getting exceedingly freaked out now. When they were looking over at me with the panic on their faces, I grimaced back maniacally, as if to say, you have no idea who you've just picked a fight with. I'm crazy as hell. They became terrified, and still I would not relent and let them pass or drop behind. Finally I decided they'd learned their lesson, at least with me, so I pulled off the road and let them speed away ahead of us, like a bat out of hell. Yes, I know it was incredibly dangerous to us in my car, and to anyone coming up the mountain unaware of the head-on traffic on their side of the road. Thankfully, there were no other upcoming cars. And we got past that unscathed, except for a very freaked out passenger spouse in my car. That was the last time I ever took on a challenge by some road rage maniac. Now I'm very meek and mild, when harassed. Easy to just smoothly pull over, or something innocuous. Because I've seen too many people in the Bay Area just get blown away by some road rager getting out of their car to come and blow other drivers away with guns. Or drive-by shootings. I don't even flash my lights at anyone for their blinding brights on anymore. I've read that in some areas, flashing lights are gang signals. But it was so gratifying not to kowtow to those teenage punks trying to harass us like that. Perhaps they will also think twice about trying that on anyone else again. Footnote, I have high-performance driver training. Racing driving. No one without that experience could have safely pulled off what I did. Forgot to mention that factor. Current husband pointed that out when he read my story. Yeah, don't try this yourself. Ever. 6.1k views. View 187 upvoters. About the author. Barbara Anderson. 818.5k content views 158.3k this month. View 32 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 5 of 145. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Julie Salt studied at the School of Life. Answered December 25, 2019. Author has 854 answers and 628.4k answer views. My friend's special birthday party was fancy dress costume party. We were all meeting up at a pub around the corner from the venue. Another friend was driving and she was wearing a Star Troopers outfit. Yes, I know, I couldn't believe it either as she is very feminine, and I was wearing a nun's outfit, which was all I could find to fit at that time of my life. We had to travel down the A5, which is a major route but not a motorway. Unfortunately, there was a major music festival on that weekend at Weston Park further down the A5 from where we were turning off, and there had been an incident on the nearby motorway, so all the traffic was being redirected to the A5. As you can imagine, the traffic was backed up. We were trying to leave a roundabout and had the right of way, but a car full of lads was trying to push in aggressively from a side road. When they looked up, they saw a nun in the passenger seat holding up a cross and blessing them. They were mortified and waved us in front of them. Then they clocked the stormtrooper. ... Their faces were a picture. 2 cars full of people in hysterics made that a memorable journey. Then, when we got to the pub, my friends wanted to send me in first, in my nun's habit, to do a collection. 3.7k views. View 71 upvoters.
Alrighty.
About the author. Julie Salt. Trying to think outside the box. Former stressed worker but now counting down. Studied at the School of Life. Lives in England. 628.4k content views 43.3k this month. Top writer 2018. View 32 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 6 of 145. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most clever way you have seen someone respond to road rage? Rob Howard. Updated December 22, 2019. Not exactly road rage and not really a response, but here goes. Spent a day with 2 friends and we stopped off at a pub. One of my mates was halfway through his pint and goes pale. Oh, I'm not really feeling too good, can we just head home? So, off we head. Driving on narrow, twist, windy roads. Then, if you've seen it, bring to mind the truck's first appearance in the film Jeepers Creepers, this shiny new black Range Rover comes hurtling up towards my rear at warp factor 7 and proceeds to sit on my ass. Involuntarily my speed creeps up 60, 65, 70. Frickin' the black Range Rover still so close, all I can see in my rear view mirror is grill. Anyway, my mate says sheepishly with an edge of panic, this is me, I'm gonna blow chumps. My mind is racing, rear view mirror, still there. Is he so close he won't see me, indicating to pull over? In expectation of being covered in my mate's lunch, I yell, whilst taking my foot off the accelerator, open the window, fuck it man, quickly. He does so and I swear it's remarkable, it's like it leaves the car, hits the airstream and is gone. Unfortunately, upon later inspection it looks like the side of my car has had 10 liters of chunky lentil soup sprayed over it, but I digress. It's a few seconds after that lentil soup leaves my friend's body, and thankfully the interior of my car, that I again check my rear view mirror. There it is, the tailgating black Range Rover screeching to an emergency stop with its windscreen washers and wipers going full pelt. I wonder to this day, did that driver ever tailgate anyone ever again? 15.8k views. View 1.7k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Rob Howard. 18k content views 17.8k this month. View 32 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 7 of 145. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is something about flying that non-pilots wouldn't know? Hank Roush, have flown 3,000 plus hours as the pilot in command.
Passive State Route
Updated
186 to
February
Altus.
13, 2019. You do not need anyone's permission to fly, you do not need to file a flight plan, and you do not need to speak to anyone on the radio. Without question, the most common response I get from adults when we are talking about flying is that they are very surprised that flying is not always regulated by a controller. If you are flying VFR from a non-towered airport, you are not speaking to a controller and are not required to file a flight plan. I think the reason for the surprise is that most Americans' experience with aviation is the airlines, which is extremely regulated. But flying VFR, while a serious activity which requires careful preparation, good judgment, and skill, is a lot more like hopping in your car and going somewhere. You don't radio to a controller when you drive to the McDonald's, and I don't when I fly to the McDonald's, which is next to a non-towered airport. A quick check of Wikipedia reveals there are 20,000 non-towered airports in the USA and only 500 towered ones. It is quite easy to fly all the way across the country never speaking to a controller once. I have done it many times. Take a look at this picture, which is screenshot of a somewhat random part of the USA on a sectional air map. The blue circles are towered airports, the magenta ones are non-towered ones. You can see here are tons more non-towered airports than towered. If you are going to a specific spot which happens to have a tower, of course you would land there and communicate with the tower. But if you are flying cross-country, in general landing at a non-towered airport makes more sense. The gas is usually cheaper and there is less fuss getting in and out. Flight plans are not required for VFR, Visual Flight Rules Flight. VFR means you have to stay clear, out of clouds. IFR, instrument, requires both a flight plan and communication with controllers. Of course one has more options flying IFR, but it is by no means mandatory. A VFR flight plan might alert searchers if you crash. It is useful but not required. The other reasons one might communicate with a controller are flying through certain airspace, Class C, B, near a large airport, or flight following, in which one communicates to controllers even though flying VFR. You might choose to do this or not, again, not required. I think people are used to being monitored, taken care of in everyday life, and therefore are surprised that flying is so free. Traffic is regulated. Taxes are audited. Your boss monitors you on the computer. Many urban areas have 24x 7,360-degree camera coverage. But flying VFR over most of the country, it is all up to you. Total freedom, total responsibility. And that scares people. Oh yeah, the most common question I get from kids when I take them flying is, can we do a loop-de-loop? I tell them yes, but we would only be able to do it once. 44.5k views. View 313 upvoters. View sharers.
Yeah, when it comes to airspace, there are basically got different classifications of airspace. Got Class A, B, C, D, all the way up to, I think, G. Class G, basically where you can fly wherever and, pretty much at any altitude below 18,000 feet and not be in contact with air traffic control. And within certain areas, they'll have Class A. Let's just say it's like a bigger area. So if you're, it's kind of like an umbrella with altitudes. When you're within so much distance of a particular airspace center, you have to be, if you're within a certain range at a certain altitude, you have to be in contact with controllers before you can even enter that airspace. So generally speaking, like you said, now as long as you stay in the certain altitude areas, whatever, and outside the controlled airspaces, and yeah, you can fly practically wherever you want. And then airfields that don't have control towers, they'll usually have a designated what's called a unicom or multicom channel, and you'll basically you'll tune your radio, your voice, your communication radio to that particular channel, and announce to anybody else who might be in the area that you're such and such number of aircraft and registration number, whatever, and you're on the downwind leg or your base leg, like right base or left base, whatever, or you're on final, turning final, whatever. So people know you're coming, because there could be someone actually on there, actually sitting on the tarmac, maybe getting ready to take off, and they need to know that you're getting ready to come in and land there. So even if it's not controlled airspace, you still have to have radio communication with other pilots in the area. I'm also on the previous article there. I'm trying to remember because I get a couple of the movie names mixed up. Jeepers Creepers, is that the one with Paul Walker? Where they get on a CB and start messing around with a truck driver, and the truck driver goes all crazy on it, like psycho on them. I guess they use the call sign Candyman, or Candy Cane. I want to say it's Jeepers Creepers, but I could be wrong, right? There's another one called Joyride, if I remember right, that I kind of mixing them up with each other. I don't even remember what the one that I'm not, that I don't recall is actually about. Arkansas now, 50 miles. So the 49-mile marker coming up here. So roughly 100 miles to go to get to the Little Rock area. Let's see, I've done 29 miles so far. About to pass by. I didn't get a chance to look at the truck number. Hey, how's it going, Edwin?
Accolade of 145. Military Airspace, Quora. Quora. Open and sign in. Military Airspace. Q. Military Airspace. A space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. Johannan Ben Jacob, Defense and Intelligence Analyst. Moderator shared December 31st. U.S. Navy will launch formal flight testing in 2021 for a new, first-of-its-kind carrier-launched drone engineered to double the attack range of F-18 fighters, F-35Cs and other carrier aircraft. Could a new refueling drone transform the F-35 into the ultimate weapon? Meet the MQ-25. The National Interest December 30th. 1.7K views, view 24 upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al.
Entering Clarksville,
Open an app.
Arkansas.
Article 9 of 145. Military Airspace, Quora. Quora. Open and sign in. Military Airspace. Q. Military Airspace. A space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. Johannan Ben Jacob, Defense and Intelligence Analyst. Moderator shared December 31st. That's how the U.S. Navy can sink down the China's aircraft carrier. Meet all of the ways the U.S. Navy could sink China's aircraft carriers if war came. The National Interest December 4th, 2018. 2.5K views, view 17 upvoters.
That's it?
Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al. Open an app. Article 10 of 145. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Is it still possible to defend countries given potential hypersonic-like future weapons arise which are hard to intercept? Joseph Rostov, knowledgeable on American politics and all things nuclear. Answered December 31st, 2019, upvoted by Andrei Petrov, Ph.D. Aerospace and Aeronautical Engineering and Space Physics, Yale School of Engineering and Applied Science. Author has 293 answers and 150.6K answer views. Let me tell you a story. The Me-262 was the first jet fighter deployed in combat. Naturally, bomber pilots, fighter pilots, etc. craft themselves an impossibly fast aircraft. How can you counter it? It seemed like a super weapon. This is a MiG-15, first deployed in 1949, about 5 years after the Me-262. An Me-262 pilot would shit bricks if they encountered a MiG-15. The MiG-15 is more maneuverable, faster, less prone to overheating, and in general, more advanced by a long shot. In 5 years, what used was the cream of the crop became a museum piece. Hypersonic missiles are a big fish now, but how long is it going to be that way? Once upon a time, supersonic missiles were the talk of the town. Now no one cares. Hypersonics are a new technology, so everyone is vastly overestimating them. It sounds cool, it looks cool, but in actuality, it has some major issues with range, altitude, maneuver. You don't need a hypersonic missile to shoot down a hypersonic missile. What is a missile? Hypersonics will, as it stands, likely be countered by the same old missile defense systems, THAAD, Aegis, and so on. Give it a couple years. The initial haze of a new technology will disappear. Hypersonic missiles will quickly look like just another regular weapon system. 22.8K views. View 307.
Okay, interesting point on that, because look at that, like computer technology, for example. Like central processor units, or CPUs. There was a point in time where the gaming industry was causing so much demand for faster, more powerful CPUs to be produced. It was when everyone first started getting computers in their homes. It was the old 486, 25, and 33, and whatever, like the 33 megahertz computers. Super, super slow by today's standards, but before you know it, it started basically all the way up to like 3 gigahertz and a little bit faster. When you look today now, man, because that it started having 3 gig and faster processors quite a few years ago now. But what's out there now? It's people are still mostly buying the same speed processors, but the only difference is now they have multi-cores. So instead of like one core, it went to dual core, then it went to quad core, and then octa-core, whatever. So that's how they get more speed out of it. It's just having more, basically more brain, sub-brains running the big brain. Not to mention having more larger onboard cache as well. So basically processor speeds, they stopped speeding them up so much. So it did slow down eventually, but it was kind of the same concept where, or maybe like a 1 gig processor was like the cream of the crop at one point in time, and then very soon after it was too slow. Something else came out and put it to shame. And the same thing kind of goes on with military technology. So it's more like the technology will mature, or the basic technology will mature, and then they'll work on they'll figure out other ways to make more subtle improvements from that. Speaking of, a friend of mine had posted a link to a YouTube video on his Facebook yesterday, whatever. What it was a shot of the U.S. missile defense system over in Iraq in action against the Iranian missiles that were fired at that base. They're really interesting. It was basically a gun, basically just regular guns, machine guns that are firing tons and tons of tracer rounds, and then of course between every tracer round there are about 5 regular rounds, non-tracer rounds, at least normally. And they were shooting down every single missile that was coming at them, and you can even see the rounds actually hitting something a few times before it actually would destroy the missile. I get shut down in Little Rock. I'll probably locate that post and maybe post a copy of it myself. It's really interesting to watch. And that article that we were just listening to was, it did make some mention of some of the anti-missile technology that we have too, like THAAD. That's THAAD. It's Terminal High Altitude Anti-Missile Defense, or something like that. I think that's what it means. It's basically intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. They generally have 3 phases of flight. They have the powered phase, the liftoff from the powered phase, where it gets launched from a silo, whatever, and it gets sent up basically into space. Then once it has once it's expended all of its power, of course the projectile part of it actually goes non-powered through space, and then it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, and then already been launched. They've already been separated from their booster. They've already flown through space and they've re-entered the atmosphere and are on the way back down to whatever they're targeting. That's how a THAAD system works. They have other missile defense, I forget what it was all called, but they have others where they get it while it's on the booster phase, but you have to be close enough because the horizon, the Earth's horizon, the detection systems have to be able to detect the missile launch first. The further you are away from the source, the longer it takes for the missile has to get first. They'll detect them then, and then they'll have something that can shoot on to get fired very, very quickly to try to intercept the missile before it gets going too fast or too high. Interesting stuff, though. It's not a highly reliable system, but it's at least something and it works. I'm not sure how well this bullet kind of defense system for missiles would actually work on those ICBMs. So I need to do more research on what kind of missiles were actually fired. And I heard I've heard mentioned what kind they were, but I don't know anything about them, like what type they are. I don't know if they're the ICBM type or I doubt they're like that. They might be more like cruise missiles. Revolutionizing different technologies. I look at the automotive industry now. Everyone's in a mad rush to come up with zero emission, like fully electric kind of vehicle technologies now. And of course, Tesla's the cream of the crop right now. But maybe at some point in time, another company will come out with something that'll outperform the Tesla system. Their supercharger system and all that, but that remains to be seen. It'll take some time. God forbid we even talk about the automated trucking crap, robotic trucks. I just don't like that. Think you can get rid of truck drivers no matter what, because even if you had automated trucks, how do you get them to interact with the customers, or how do you get them to open their doors so they can dock in? Sure, if you only went to warehouses where you don't have to open the doors. And the dock workers can actually open the trailer doors from inside the building. That's one thing, but most warehouses are not set up like that. Some of them are, but not very many. And not to mention, you got cargo theft problems. You got to have padlock on, or usually some kind of a padlock on the trailer to help prevent people from breaking into our trailers and stealing our cargo. How does an automated truck stop that from happening? You can't. Put a padlock on and then, evidence of an automated bus in Las Vegas. It's a robotic bus, whatever, that was on its route. Well, there was a day cab truck driver. He was trying to back into the dock that's in an alley or whatever from the street. You guys are going to slow down in front of me because there's cops here, right? Anyway, the trucker was trying to back into his dock. And next thing you know, the bus driver, the automated bus actually got in the truck's way while the truck was in the middle of its backing, and the truck driver couldn't see the bus over there because it was over on the blind side of the trailer. So the truck driver ended up backing into, running into the bus because the bus was not smart enough to stay the hell out of the truck driver's way. I don't think automation is going to dummy-proof the industry, any kind of motor vehicles. Still going to have accidents, but I mean, in fact, that Uber accident in the Phoenix area where that woman pushing a shopping cart got killed. That's another one. The vehicle should have been able to identify the woman, supposedly, but it didn't.
Found dead inside car near I-15 freeway in Victorville, BBNG.com 10 hours ago.
75 miles
Victorville,
from
Caliph. BBNG.com. Homicide detectives are investigating after a man was found dead inside a vehicle along the I-15 freeway in Victorville. The investigation is taking place in the 16,500 block of Stoddard Wells Road, near the on and off ramps. At about 3:30 a.m. on Monday, January 13, 2020, deputies from the Victorville Police Department responded and found a deceased male inside the vehicle, a black four-door Honda that is stopped on Stoddard Wells Road, with its passenger door open. Sheriff's officials said no other information was available for release at this time. The investigation has prompted officials to block traffic on the northbound I-15 Stoddard Wells off-ramp and the roadway up to Highway 18. Additional details will be updated as they are released. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
That's just on the north end of Victorville, and there are actually two Stoddard Wells Road interchanges to I-15. I'm guessing that's the more southern of the two. Could be wrong though. Left open. It kind of sounds like somebody, sounds like somebody did some harm to the man. I'm wondering where the man's position in the vehicle was. If it was the driver or something else. Almost to Russellville here. Actually, just getting into the west end of Russellville now. You can actually consider stopping here. I think I will go further down the road though. better recaps next week, and then, especially when I'm trying to get home. I got home time coming up pretty soon, so I can get some scheduled and there's a scheduled maintenance done, or planned maintenance, I should say, done on the truck. Basically, the truck and the APU. Not to mention more miles today means fewer miles I have to worry about running early in tomorrow morning. Or basically tonight, tomorrow morning, whatever, to get into Tennessee.
Military Airspace, Quora. Quora. Open and up, sign in. Forget fighters and carriers. The new terrifying transportation plane, China's Y-20. Forget fighters and carriers. This plane from China should terrify you. The Y-20 punches far above its weight. Nationalinterest.org. 65 views, view 3 upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al. Felix Zaslavsky. December 31st, 1 upvote. I was hoping someone would answer. Takers so far. Johannan Ben Jacob. Moderator, original share, December 31st.
State Route 7. Exit 81.
Hi Felix, with your permission I suggest that maybe you should place your question, however this time ask for experts and select with names who be suitable with his background and experience to answer your question. Although I was a pilot during the 80s, but I am not aviation engineer. Felix Zaslavsky. December 31st. Thanks, I sent 50 requests. Usually, someone will get to it. Usually, Quora recommends the best writers for the set of specific topics the question is under.
Crossing Lake Dardanelle.
Open an app. Article 3 of 136. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever had or heard of somebody having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member in prison, jail? Phoebe Wick, I teach in a prison. Answered December 30th, 2019. Author has 52 answers and 86.3k answer views. It boggles my mind, but it happens. Some people have no business working in a prison. They put the safety of prison staff and the public at risk through this sort of wacky behavior. From what I've seen, no amount of training will change people who have the tendency to do this because their behavior stems from an emotional compulsion rather than a rational process. Such was the case with a teacher who worked across the hall from me a few years ago, Miza. Naturally, the inmate she was involved with gave her up when custody came to search his cell for evidence. They found some incredibly silly love notes written by Miza, and also at least one equally embarrassing note from him that he hadn't delivered to her yet. They also found a cell phone and drugs. The inmate blamed Miza for the drugs and cell phone, but I'm not completely convinced she was in his drugs. She was and his old boy saved the bumper stickers. I really see her cruising the east side of town searching out dope slingers. But who knows? The things we do for love, and all that. The inmate she gave up her career for was a soft-spoken baby-faced guy in his early 30s who looked like he was about 16. The world is an interesting place, and all sorts of surprising odd couple combinations can form. But let's face it, if you are a woman in your 60s and you work in a prison, it's best to assume that if a much younger inmate claims to be your soulmate, he might actually want something from you other than love. Call me cynical. So, the two of them were passing love notes back and forth as she was tutoring him in her language program and doing who knows what else. We don't have cameras around, contrary to what most people assume, although I still can't imagine how they would have had any privacy. The whole situation was surreal to me. Misa's father and ex-husband were correctional officers, and so were two of her sons, who were, quite naturally, mortified by this development. She had all the training on manipulation and overfamiliarity that the rest of us have had. And yet there she went, believing that this one particular baby-faced inmate, of all the men in the world, was the one for her. This very inmate tried to run game on me and I sent him packing. He tried to manipulate a male teacher, Mr., in the same way he did to Misa and me.
Yeah.
This inmate was making the rounds. Mr. and I did not have a reputation for vulnerability, but if someone is seriously looking to manipulate, they'll send out fishing lines just about everywhere until someone bites.
Come on, who can't
Misa,
put out
she
next to
did.
me?
This inmate used to come into all three of our classes on a volunteer basis, as opposed to being an assigned student, although he also had an assigned class. Misa's and Mr.'s classes were purely volunteer classes, whereas I had assigned students and also some space for a few volunteers to work. All of my assigned students knew I was a big fan of a certain math book, and this inmate caught on to that. Suddenly he wanted to work exclusively out of this one math book. Okay, fine. But then he started singing the praises of this book to me in an exaggerated way, which seemed like an attempt at flattering me indirectly. He also threw in frequent hints about my superior book assessment skills, teaching abilities, and general intelligence, and tried to stress what a big difference I'd made in his life. But the fact was, I hadn't done much of anything for him. My classroom was just a place for him to work. I remember wondering, as I often do with manipulation attempts, how does this actually work with anyone? It's just so transparent. But transparent or not, it was working across the hall with Misa. Within just a few months of his newfound interest in my favorite math book, she would be gone. This inmate got to her by praising her teaching skills, her teaching program, and emphasizing how much she was helping him, same as he was attempting to do with me, and Mr. as well. A friend of mine who spent some time with Misa outside of work said that at one point she suddenly had a mysterious long-distance boyfriend whom she talked to on the phone a lot but who never visited her. Hindsight is 20/20, so it all became clear later, but my friend never would have imagined that Misa's boyfriend might have been from another city originally, but that in reality he had since moved to the very prison we all worked in. Small world. Meanwhile, I was on high alert with this guy. I checked out the math book to him to use in his cell, and also let him use it in my classroom, but I had assigned students who were my priority in terms of my time and attention. I told him if I didn't have time to help him with the math, which I probably wouldn't, he would have to have my inmate teacher's aide, who had an engineering degree, help him, or just work with his assigned teacher. I made this very clear to him, and he confirmed that he understood. So, how did he react to my clearly stated conditions? He came up to me and asked me for help with math when I was busy. I directed him to my ta, who was available, but he said, "No, I'll wait for you," and started walking away. Well, math was not going to become some special thing that he and I did together. Contrary to what he hoped, we had not bonded over the math book, and we were not ever going to do so. Turns out that is exactly what he ended up doing with Misa. He made her believe they had formed a strong bond over her language program. As he started walking away from me, I asked him to come back. He probably thought I was going to help him with math after all. Instead, I asked him for the math book and told him to get his things. I informed him that from that day forward he was not allowed to set foot in my classroom. He wanted to argue and wanted an explanation. Not my problem. Besides, I was sure he knew what he'd done. Get your things and leave. You are not allowed back in this room again, I calmly said one more time, and then ignored his protests. He left. If that sounds harsh, keep in mind that my instincts were later confirmed, and I still have my job, unlike Misa. Unbelievably, Misa came up to me the next day and asked me who was responsible for kicking her favorite inmate out of my classroom, his assigned teacher or me. I shook my head and asked her, "Why do you ask?" At this point I didn't know she was actually romantically attached to this inmate. Maybe I should have picked up on it, but the idea was inconceivable. I thought she was just being overly motherly and protective of him, which was itself worrying and weird, but not as bad as the reality. She went on about how he had been getting so much out of working in my room, how it was just a shame that he couldn't be in there anymore, and how she secretly suspected the other teacher for making the decision, as if that would shame me into rethinking my position. Her reaction to the whole thing definitely wasn't normal, and the idea that the inmate hadn't immediately gone to her crying that I kicked him out was absurd. I said, "It's my classroom. It was my decision." She then asked me why I did that. I said, "You know, when you ask questions like that, it makes you look overly concerned for him. He's not coming back in my room." Realizing that she was indeed making herself look bad, she sighed, said okay, and left. After it all went down, and she was gone and the inmate was in administrative segregation, Mr. had to deliver some papers to him. The inmate yelled out through the little slit in the door, "Tell Ms. I'm sorry." Mr. said, "I'm not telling her sh*t." Apparently Ms. got his apology, in the end, however, and all was forgiven. Now that she doesn't work in corrections, she's free to visit him in the maximum security prison upstate he was transferred to. And she does. I will never understand. 1.1k views. View 11 upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Tom Hamilton. About the author. Phoebe Wick. Teach in a prison. Teacher. BA, Philosophy and Secondary Science Teaching Credential. Lives in the United States of America. 86.5k content views, 48k this month. Active in 2 spaces. View 28 other answers to this question.
About 60 miles
About
from
careers,
Little
privacy
Rock
terms,
area.
contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 4 of 136. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are some amazing psychology and mind tricks? Jason Smith, Self-Employment 2016 present. Updated October 15, 2019. Upvoted by Ashley Barnes, MS Criminology and Psychology, Florida State University, and Rosemary, MA. Psychology, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Rather than ask what do you want? And getting the typical, I dunno, anything, answer and then having suggestions shot down. Start with what do you not want? Saying hello to everybody you know, and with a smile. When you're talking to someone, they will naturally fill silence. It's subconscious. If you want them to keep talking, keep your own mouth shut. This is useful if you're ever in a verbal altercation. This isn't something I've used, but I think it's worth sharing. Darren Brown said that once there was a muscly drunk guy that wanted to beat him up and said the classic, "What are you looking at?" Darren replied with, "The wall outside my house is 4 feet tall." The idea is that it puts the aggravated person on the back foot and takes them out of that adrenaline-filled state. Anyways, he sat down and the guy started crying to him about his GF. He is Darren Brown though, so I wouldn't recommend this to everyone. To avoid workplace drama and be well liked is to just compliment people behind their back. My coworkers can get a little catty sometimes. When they're griping to me about something someone else did, I just shut it down with "X is just so great with customer service though," or some compliment about the person they're complaining about. Works like a charm, and sends the message, "I'm not going to feed into this crap, so go away." IDK if this is an actual thing or not. Or maybe just distractions. But when I do something annoying or bothersome to my husband and he goes quiet, I wait a few minutes and then I ask him a seemingly innocent question, usually on the subject of how certain parts of a car works, or something mechanical. This gets him talking about the car thing and he rambles for like 5 minutes and then bam. He's happy again and not quietly brooding. I'll never tell him I do that because I'm afraid it won't work anymore if he knows about it. It's foolproof though, it works every single time, no matter how bothered he is. Set expectations low and blow people's minds with my mediocrity. Listening to someone without giving advice or pushing for more information typically nets me more information than being pushy for it. This. If you want to hear what someone has to say, just let them speak. If they stop, just wait. They will continue speaking and adding to what they were saying to fill the silence. I've done this a lot. When somebody shy is speaking, if you look at them and nod your head, it encourages them to keep talking. Music. Putting headphones in and playing the music that I know I'd want to hear if I was in the mood that I want to be in shifts me over to that mentally, and really helps when I need to calm down or when I need to feel happier. In an argument, find something to agree on, then push your main point. When you're staying in a group and somebody tells a joke or something funny happens, people tend to look towards the person they like the most while laughing. If someone says they have the hiccups, ask them to prove it. 9/10 times, their hiccups will disappear. Having to summon a hiccup will trigger my friend. Just put all your while anything they're correct about. It makes them feel smart and they instantly soften. It also keeps them listening because they're hoping more flattery will come down the pike. Evil cackle. When I ask someone a question and their first response is what? ... I just stare at them for a few seconds, and 99% of the time they answer my question without me having to repeat myself. Instead of arguing, I start off by agreeing and then state my point of view after addressing the other person's point. When you need to find out a name, e.g. for a lead, you say, "Oh, is John still managing up there?" They go, "No, it's Mark now." Works with anything, just use a fake. "Is that your Toyota outside?" "What? No, mine's the Ferrari." Don't say, "It's okay," when someone apologizes. Say something like, "Thank you for apologizing." If someone needs to apologize to you, then it was something that isn't okay. I recently read that saying, "You're right," instead of "I know," makes you look less like an asshole and doesn't diminish something someone else may have just found out. If you hand something to someone, they will take it. It's a lot of fun. I currently manage around 240 people between 6 restaurants. It is often hard to get them to do what is. I have found saying, "I need your help," sufficient to get them on board. If you need to remember something, think while doing it. If you look happy to see someone every time you see them, they will eventually be happy to see you. Be nice, even to mean people. It's kind of fun see someone initially angry soften when you don't give in to anger. Don't insult people, tell them how you wish they'd behave. For example, someone is obviously rude, just say you really like when they are nice to you. They can't really call you out on it and possibly make them realize their behavior. Ask big knowing it will be dismissed, then ask for the thing you really want. There's a real term for it, open door technique or something. It's actually, door in the face technique. Thanks everyone. Do not verbally attack people, say how you feel. People can get defensive when attacked, but no one can deny how you feel. In a confrontation, stay calm, be gentle and focus on the problem, not the person. Unless the person is the problem, in this case, feel free to dispose of them. If you have to make a critic to someone, try to sandwich it between 2 positive facts about them in this order, whatever the hell you want. I had aggression very bad and my teacher told me this trick. I now play very simple action games where there is no complexity, just shooting and adventure. It helps by playing few minutes for few days. Want to trick people into liking you? Ask them for a favor, even the smallest ones like, "Can you hold my pen for a second?" This tricks the brain as they will think, "I am doing a favor to this person, so I must like them, otherwise I wouldn't." Instead of asking, "Do you have any questions?" I ask, "What questions do you have?" The first almost always results in silence, and the second lets people feel comfortable to ask questions. Anyone here reading through the posts for the sake of using them in the future, but an hour later you forget everything you've just read? 183.8k views. You 4k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Jason Smith. Student at Harvard Uni. Self-employment 2016 present. BS. Computer programming and gaming, all devices, Harvard University graduated 2020. Lives in Massachusetts 1999 present. 933.4k content views 70.1k this month. In other languages. In Portuguese. Que são alguns dos incríveis truques da psicologia da mente? View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Log in, sign up with email. Article 5 of 136. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Has a helicopter ever shot down a fighter aircraft? John Leslie, former Command Room and Field Command, R Commander, 1979-2012. Answer, December 26, 2019. Author has 1.1K answers and 1.8 meters answer views. Q. Has a helicopter ever shot down a fighter aircraft? Yes, in multiple occasions, and vice versa. The American F-15 Eagle, Strike Eagle for example, they didn't specify what type, shoot down many Iraqi helicopters, and even with a GBU-12 bomb dropped at low altitude, Iraqi Mi-24, Mi-8 helicopters fall in many occasions. American fighter jets shoot down Iraqi French free loans, and Mi-8s beside other type of helicopters during the war. Some of them were carrying Soviet advisors to maintain Saddam air defense systems even, and some Soviet ex-PBO officers killed in the accidents even. Some of them were even good people, but Moscow tried them, and covered on the accidents just because they are afraid from Washington, and they still do the same today. By Wagner Mercenary Company, they sacrificed 500 of their officers for nothing, and they didn't learn from the Nyanotsa radiation accident, rated with 5 of the best Russian nuclear scientists. You know, the 9M730 Berezovnik was very high priority project, but they deny it until they get hit. Mentioning this cause I hear some people claiming that Mi-20 Heinz shooting down F-16s, F-18 Hornet, F-4 Phantoms, F-5 Tiger II, Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II or Cobras, and the best joke they claim an F-14's Tomcat gets shoot in combat by machine guns. Smiley face. Knowing the nature of the Mi-20, especially the export versions to Iraq, Syria and India, there is no way those helicopters can shoot down even a Cessna plane flying at 200 kilometers h. Syrian Mi-25s in combat failed even to engage Israeli Merkava tanks heading to Damascus in the 70s. The Merkava Platons take down actually few dozen Mi-20s. Backing to answer your question, my friend. A helicopter shooting down a fighter aircraft happened only during the 1980-1988 Iran-Iraq War. The Bell AH-1J Super Cobra helicopter, working with the Islamic Republic of Iran Armed Forces, was the most successful helicopter in the war, like the other weapons on Iranian disposal at that time. America sends the best weapons they have to the Shah of Iran to counter the Soviets. During the war, the Iranian AH-1J Super Cobra helicopters made some 1 million hour sortie, the Iranians claiming more and others claiming less, just giving you estimates, destroying like hell more than 5,000 of Saddam's soldiers' tanks, APCs, AFVs and other military targets including T-72s, T-55s, T-62s, BMPs, Chinese Type 59 tanks, M113s, BTRs, Assad Babel tanks, forgotten BRDMs, and Soviet trucks, and they beats even SA-2 systems with their ECMs. I mean AH-1 Cobras alone killed more Saddam soldiers than combined Mi-24-8's historical record. Actually, the United States Navy learned from the Iranians how to use attack helicopters to open a hole in the Iraqi air defenses. They watched that war carefully. US gives minimum help to Saddam comparing to the Soviets. They apply this tactics against Iraqi SA -2/3, 6/7, the 9th of August 13 system sites and defeated them with 12,058 warriors and A-64 Apaches in 1991. This happened actually 8 years before, when Iranians attacked Basra radar sites with A-1s, destroying them all. More than $500 million of Soviet free equipment worth, at that time. Don't know how much is that for today exactly, but it's a lot. The Navy still's using the A-1W and A-1Z Viper, after extensive upgrades, as their main attack helicopters, preferring it over the A-64 Apache, and by the way there is a Navy versions of the Sea Apache used by the United Kingdom Navy. Do you know the maneuver Pugachev's Cobra? Usually the Soviets and Russians shacking their chests and saying that the MiG-29 Fulcrum and Su-27, 35th fighter jets can do it and the others can't. The next time this happened, tell them, do you know why the American A-1 Cobra called Cobra? Smiley face. Also let the pilots who are doing the MiG-29 Cobra maneuvers checking the speed of the planes during the maneuver, and compare that with the A-1 Cobra, and let me know later to tell you who is the winner. Smiley face. The U.S. Navy actually designed a naval version of the Apache better than the Ka-52, as replay for one of the Sminters. The real designation is Ka-52 ostrich, not alligator. Oops, is that an attack radar on the noise? It's better than the millimeter wave radar of the Ka-52 and Ka-32 a lot, but they choose the better A-1Z Viper for its high performance and cost. The Soviet sources, in helicopter wars, are lying. They know their helicopters are inferior than American helicopters, and they saw the losses themselves. That's why they revenged from the Iranians in 1988, shooting down 2 A-1 International Super Cobra helicopters on Afghan borders, and they claim they enters Afghan airspace, when they didn't, and they even used a MiG-23, backed by some MiG-29s and A-50 AWACS for the mission. For the aerial victories, the A-1 scored more than any other helicopter in the world. The list of crashed aerial targets, beside Mi-8 and Mi-24 Hind helicopters, include actually fixed-wing targets, and a lot of them, almost all, are from Soviet origin, or French origin. We have Mi-8, Mi-17, MD-500, Mi-6, Mi-24 Hind, Gazelles. Fixed wing, all downed by the Iranians. Lot of MiG-23s, leads the Soviets to even revenge in 1988 from the Iranian Cobras by A-50 AWACS. They downed also MiG-21s and J-7s, Su-25s, Su-22s, and some sources are adding MiG-25s and MiG-29s by both Iranian Army and Navy Cobra during 1991. If you are surprised about the shoot down of the Su-25 attack plane, there is a lot off fields where the Soviets couldn't catch up. For example, until today they couldn't put a Gatling 30mm gun like the Gu-8 on board the Su-25. It's not easy to do that, and so the IR missiles. They shoot down even a transport planes like Aviation, Douglas planes beside Marine 800s. I will add, they even downed a Tu-22 backfire heavy bombers using AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. For those who are surprised, yes, the Soviet Union supplied its best bomber at that time to the Iraqis. They still work with Iranian, and they even made their own versions. The A-1 Huey, happy Chris * Moss for you also. Shoot when ready. This article is the Christmas gift to Quora people, and my friends. Happy Christmas. 6.7k views. You 21 upvoters. You sharers. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 6 of 136.
Well, I'll probably lose some speed myself going up this hill.
Military airspace, Quora. Quora. Open and up, sign in. Military airspace. Q. Military airspace. A space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. Yohanan Ben Jacob, Defense and Intelligence Analyst. Moderator shared December 30th. Why the USA purchased from Moldova 21, MiG-29. The National Interest December 28. 3.2k views, view 47 upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al. Open an app. Article 7 of 136. Military airspace, Quora. Quora. Open and up, sign in. Military airspace. Q. Military airspace. A space to explore military aviation. Main. Questions. People. Andrei Petrov, CEO and founder, 2010 present. Shared December 30th. Very interesting answer. Why were variable geometry wings for fighter planes phased out in the 1980s? Mark Green, engineer, pilot, SGOTI. Answered July 7, 2019. Swing wings were really only around on a few dual-purpose planes like the F-14 and MiG-23 that were supposed to be both super fast and super slow. The B-1 bomber also carried them as a design legacy F. Read more. Loading. 650 views, view 4 upvoters. Open an app. Article 8 of 136.
Oh, come on. You didn't
Answer, Quora.
even answer the damn question. So I'll answer it. Okay, with variable sweep weights like that, they're more expensive to maintain, more expensive to design, and more complicated, more prone to mechanical problems of some sort. up until I get home. I think the bearing on my alternator, I think, is starting to go bad, and it's been making noises. Wanting it to hold up long enough for me to get home for my PM, and I'll have them replace my alternator while they're doing my PM. Backyard there.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What psychological hacks do police officers use to remain calm in a crisis? Malky McEwen, studied psychology at University of Aberdeen. Updated January 4, 2020. Author has 354 answers and 9 meters answer views. The phone ringing was an unusual event at this rural Scottish police station at the back end of nowhere. Sergeant Ian Angry stared at the phone for several rings before moving into action. He picked up the receiver and put it to his ear. Hello, police, Sergeant Ian Angry speaking. Fucking what? He screamed, slamming down the receiver so hard that the bakelite shattered. He then grabbed the phone cord and pulled it with all his might. The socket flew off the wall. Sergeant Ian Angry picked up what remained of the phone and threw it as hard as he could across the room. The phone shattered, leaving an indentation where it struck the back wall. The vibrations of the impact caused a picture of Sergeant Ian Angry in full regalia to fall to the ground and crack. The bastards. The young cop sat at his computer, in dread of what might happen. But curiosity overcame his fear, and he plucked up the courage to ask. What's the matter, Sarge? They've only fucking gone and cancelled my anger management course again. The truth is, not all police officers are the personification of calm. They are human, they have problems. They have the same feelings of fear and frustration that we all do. We all have disappointments. We all get irritated. We can all panic. It is important for all police officers to control these natural human responses and function when an urgent response is required. How to keep calm in a crisis. Learn from example. Not all cops are like Sergeant Ian Angry, thankfully. In the first 2 years of service, rookies in Scotland work with a tutor. We choose tutors for their experience and ability. I had the privilege of working with one of the best. Big Bob was an outstanding cop, a brilliant tutor and a great friend. Big Bob was unflappable. There wasn't a situation he hadn't dealt with before. He instinctively knew what to do. His assured approach filled me with confidence and I followed his lead. It is a testament to his character that I heard no one say a bad word about him, including those we locked up. Train. We all react unconsciously in a crisis, the fight or flight response. Police training is designed to instill a controlled reaction. We go through mock scenarios, following set procedures, so when the real thing happens we have already gone through what we should do in our heads. Later in my service I took every opportunity to share traumatic moments or unusual incidents with my shift. It prepared them should similar incidences occur. Breathe. If you feel yourself panic, nothing, and I mean nothing, helps more than regulating your breathing. It is a technique taught to the SAS. Snap yourself out of an irrational thought process by taking a deep breath in through your nose for 4 seconds, hold it for 4 and breathe out through your mouth with the tip of your tongue touching the roof of your mouth. Body language. Power pose. Put your hands on your hips, stick out your chest, pull in your stomach and feel vital. Let the power pose do the work to keep you focused. Be that superhuman. Have a purpose. What is your purpose? Most of the time it will be to save lives. That requires thinking about the bigger picture. Police officers attend accidents all the time. Their first action is not to assist the injured, their first action is to prevent more injuries. Assess the dangers, report back, can help make the area safe. As a supervisor, I always gave my officers a job to do. I left them in no uncertain terms what I wanted and how they were to go about it. They might stand at a roadblock doing nothing. I would tell them their job was important and that nobody was to get through that roadblock without my express permission. Now they would do nothing with a purpose. Lower your voice. Lowering your voice, slowing your speech works for you and others. It keeps you calm, gives you time to think and others feed from that. Let people know who is in charge and why. 2.4K views. View 78 upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Malky McEwen. Creator of Harassment Games. Author 2017 present. Studied psychology at University of Aberdeen. Lives in Scotland 1964 present. 9.9 meters content views 684.5K this month. Top writer 2018. Active in 19 spaces. View 3 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 9 of 136. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a commercial pilot, has a passenger ever pushed you to the breaking point? Ernest Tucker, former pilot, fixed and rotorcraft aeronautical engineering, 1968-2012. Answered December 26, 2019. Upvoted by Peter Wheeler. Pilot author has 74 answers and 52.7k answer views. I have never allowed a situation to progress to that point. On one occasion we had a gentleman wanting to divert because he no longer wanted to go to Chicago. He was threatening to flight attendant and pushing to the entry door. I stepped out of the cockpit and asked him to sit down in first class and have a soda with me and let's talk a minute. I asked him what he perceived as a problem and we discussed the loss of his wife and some other tragic occurrences. I then explained that we would have to land in Chicago but I would make sure he got an immediate turnaround back to Tulsa. He went back to his seat and I went back to work. A few months later he boarded my plane and asked for me and thanked me for saving him. All I did was treat him with kindness. I have never had to call an emergency for a passenger or even alert an air marshal. What I see as a problem is when the crew panics. There is so much fear within us that we see everyone as a threat. In a year you will not be able to freely fly. You will have to have a real ID. We already have TSA strips searching everyone and intimidating and insulting people. But almost weekly we hear about someone doing something silly and the crew going into panic mode and then the poor sap gets a prison sentence and his life is ruined because he panicked over something and no one thought to take the time to really talk to the poor guy. Merry Christmas to all of you. 31.3k views. You 1.5k.
That reminds me, a buddy of mine I know from jiu-jitsu, he's got a firefighting background and EMS and all that. He told me, sometimes he would have to go to Patton State Hospital, which is a basically a mental institution over in San Bernardino, and help deal with patients there. And I guess a lot of times they'd be really combative, I should say, with the Patton Hospital staff. And then he would go up there and then just, hey, because he would sometimes actually know the person's name, and he'd just go and say what's up to them like a normal person and talk to them like a normal person, and not like there's some freaking crazy animal or like untamed animal or whatever. And it would always work. He said he'd always get them to calm down by just talking to them like they're normal people, like they're buddies or something. That's at 132 Baker Wills Parkway. A truck parking area 2 miles ahead. it'll be right around 6:41 for the shift by the time I stop then. Definitely a productive shift. I still have a hour and 37 left on the clock. So I could realistically do another 100 miles from right here. That I know of between Little Rock and West Memphis that I'd really care to stop at though, so that's why it's, even if I can go further, I don't plan to go any further. That sign said giggity at first. It was Gig City. 1 gigabit internet. Make any difference if I run shorter or longer, because either way I'm close enough where I can get the rest of the way to West Memphis without anything more than my 10-hour break coming up, and then it just becomes a matter of where I want to do the 10-hour break, and then of course how many miles I want to run on this on the next shift before I got someone in the lane next to me I can't move over. Leonard Skinner, October 12th. Didn't like half their members die in a plane crash? How are they even able to perform still? From I-430 and then 11 out from Interstate 30. one of the challenges with running overnight is I'll get more sleepy in the middle of my shift and then take a nap, and then I'll finish my shift and not be sleepy at all and not want to sleep, and Oh, yesterday evening I got to sleep pretty easily, but I didn't sleep that long. Hey, Linda. Where you at, Linda?
I'm thinking about one of those big old hamburgers and taking one back here.
All right, bro.
Wouldn't be bad. Not the big one.
Oh, you're on I-45 or something? Where are you going, the center, or are you going somewhere else?
When it's so big, they had to stick a knife in the middle of it. That's just a little bit much.
Just under 15 miles to go. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll be shutting down here in Little Rock in less than 20 miles, and my load's going to Murfreesboro. I'll be there tomorrow morning. It's due tomorrow night at 1900. I haven't seen a pre-plan come across yet, but hopefully I will. Get around this guy and then back off again. And then work my way back over to the right lane. So you make sure that transition road is clear. Yep. North Little Rock, next 5 exits. Miles out. Military Drive coming up. Where did you stop at? The Flying J over there on that's north of Houston, or are you further up, or what? Camp Robinson, Camp Pike. Man, them baseball fields are brown. No, like 3 baseball fields, I think at least 3 or 4 baseball fields over there across the freeway for me. Grass definitely looks like it needs some TLC. 150, so 11 miles out. Come on, escalate. Hurry up and get by me. I got on-ramp traffic, dude. You're not going to be nice, are you? Alright, well, I'm not going to be nice to these guys. You can't be, you're too busy looking at your phone to notice that I'm wandering over. No wonder, shithead. Buffalo, Texas, pilot, okay. Yeah, know about where you're at then. Alright, 2 miles, stay on, yeah, I need to move over once this Nissan Road Venture thing, or whatever, Murano, yeah, Murano. Get again, they can still move around from lack of water. So what customer in Dallas are you going to? Okay, you gonna go to that lane and stay there or what? Alright, thank you. Alright, speed limit dropping to 60. I need to back it off. Alright, passing Interstate 30 now. X153 puts me about 8 miles out from the Petro. Costco and Dallas. I'm not sure if I've been to that one before. I gotta look that one up. I don't know. This car's signaling me over. Alright, US 67 and 167, Jacksonville and Little Rock Air Force Base. Delivered at the Costco in Brookshire this morning. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely not been to that one before. I know where Brookshire is. That's about a half-hour drive or so west of Houston, but I've never done anything more than stop at the Flying J over there. Springdale Drive. The 155 now, 6 miles out. Oh, and Cheryl, as a truck driver, Costco DCs are awesome to go to. They're very efficient with their process. I really don't know many people at all who don't like going to Costco DCs to make deliveries. Because they don't let you check in more than 15 minutes before your appointment time, which kind of sucks, but it's very quick and easy to get checked in. And then when you go to the door, you get your assigned dock door and you just back in, and then usually within about an hour and a half, they're done unloading you. And when you get the indicator, the buzzer, they usually give you a pager. And the pager goes off and tells you that you can leave. You pull away from your door and go back to the exit. And then they give you a sticker at the exit and send you along your merry way. Very efficient process. Gold standard when you're comparing it to like Walmart or Super Value or Aldi's or any other kind of a grocery related kind of chain. We have multiple types of a complex load where it's a lot of different types of product, or a truck full of product, whatever the case may be. They're very quick. Every Costco DC I've been to so far, you can maybe they might let you in if they have a staging area, a little early, but wait till, and then you won't get your doctor assignment until within about 15 minutes of your appointment time. 159, Little Rock National Airport, Little Rock River Port coming up next. Coming up on a 158 mile marker, 3 miles out. If you have any problems at all getting through the Little Rock area, it's nice. Cross I-440 here. This guy went by me so fast, I'm like, am I still in a 60 zone or did it go back up without me knowing? And maybe I kind of got target fixation, but I'm pretty sure we're still in 60 zone. Everyone else is kind of speeding by me now, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. At least somewhat close to the flow of traffic. Damn it, Pam. My exit's coming up, so I don't really want to be moving over. So I'll just have to back it off. Plus I got that pickup that just got on the road right here behind me. Past me now. Now, Linda, have you ever stopped at that Nick's Barbecue and Catfish place? It is kind of tempting to stop there, but I don't think I will. I'm going to stop here. I've driven far enough. I've done 642 miles now. Just shy of that, so. I've been seeing the billboards several spots here on I-40. It's at exit 183, and they do have truck parking, so I'm kind of wondering if they're any good, but I have to look at reviews on them, maybe stop there another time. Alright, that pilot on the left. Yeah, I'm not interested in Subway or Pizza Hut. If I even do eat. I will do Petro. Dude, what do you know? First, your tractor was already way past the limit line, and two, what are you taking so long to get moving again for? You didn't see my stop sign and me stopping? My truck entrance is right here. Kind of good thing we didn't play the JCT versus Swift game today, because JCT would have gotten creamed. So I've seen a bunch of Swift trucks today, and haven't seen hardly any JCTs. Maybe a handful, but definitely not a lot. I see at least three Swifts here in the lot right alone. let this guy go because I plan to back into a spot over here anyway, so no sense of me being in his way. I think he's look like he's leaving his spot, so. Oh, these are reserve spots, damn it. Wait a minute. Yeah, all these are reserve spots, it looks like. I'm not going to park in reserve spots. Go back around to where the other driver just came from, and I guess it knows to be the non-reserve spots. We got a lot of reserve spots here in this lot, yeah. What is sign stealing? That is when you, okay, the managers and the base coaches and all that, they give out visual signals to the batters or the base runners. Basically, it's instructions on what to do in whatever the current play is or situation is, and it's basically figuring out what the signs mean that they're giving, and then alerting their own players so they're prepared for it. Park over here on the end, over at where this reefer guy is. Nice, easy, open spot right there, and don't have to worry so much about someone having a hard time getting into a spot next to me when I'm parked over there. So this thing's driving this. Whatever it says making that noise is driving me nuts. Come on, Swift, what are you doing? I guess you're going for that spot there, so looks like that's what's going on. Oh, there we go. That goes straight back from here. It's actually, I got my trailer too far in front of the guy I'm wanting to park next to. Noise is. I swear it's the axle, but whenever I check my hub oil seal, I'll pull the seal off to check the oil. It's usually fine. Alright, yeah, so this is the end of my shift here. I'm at the Petrol in Little Rock, Arkansas now. Like I said, for those of you guys who just tuned in or whatever, just before I got off the road, I ran 642 miles today. Just, yeah, right around that. Should put me about 360 miles out from here to Murfreesboro, which is where my delivery will be tomorrow night. So, I will be leaving here. It's just after 1400 local time, so it'll be a little after midnight. Basically around about 15 after midnight tonight Central Time when I can leave here. 360 miles I can cover in about 6 hours. So yeah, pretty accurate ETA. I gave my DM earlier today. I told her about 7 a.m. Yeah, I kind of waited for her to to start her day at 8 a.m. Central Time this morning before I stopped for my 30-minute break, and now I could send her a message letting her know about my ETA and PTA stuff, and not have to worry about it not getting to her because of maybe night shift people not sending her or getting her the word or whatever. So anyway, yeah, I ran let's see, a couple of really busy shifts. I still have an hour and 12 left on my clock right now, so I could still get more than 70 more miles of driving out of this shift if I really want to. But just, like I said, I'm not really any places here in between Little Rock and West Memphis, which I won't even stop in West Memphis if I don't need to. You can't get me to stop there for any reason unless I absolutely have to stop there. Okay, so Tom's asking, what is PTA? Okay, first, I'll answer what PTA I did give, and then I'll also answer what is a PTA. Okay, PTA is projected time of availability. So what it does, it tells my dispatch when I will be ready to reload after I'm done with this load. Sometimes it's good information for those of you guys who are newer to trucking too, because it's a very commonly missed thing where you don't communicate this kind of stuff, and then you're going to find out maybe your DM will start kind of piling loads on you that don't give you time to do laundry or something else, especially if you're on a team truck. Or maybe you have something you need. Maybe you just want to take a break, like just get a quick little nap in after your delivery or something, or like I said, get your laundry taken care of, or shower, or who knows. You might want a little bit of extra time after you're done with your delivery to take care of those kind of things. And if so let's just say my appointment is at 1900 tomorrow. Let's just say I knew I needed to do laundry or something after I'm done with my delivery. I might want to tell them set my PTA for the following morning at 0100 or so. So usually about 5 or 6 hours after the delivery. That way it gives me time to do the delivery, and then get to a truck stop, whatever, and then go do my laundry and all that. And then once I'm done with all that kind of stuff, then I'm ready to roll. Okay, in this particular situation though, I will be in Murfreesboro. Turn that off. I'll be in Murfreesboro around 7. Actually, I can actually even be there earlier than 7 a.m. tomorrow, and my appointment time's not till 1900 or 7 p.m. So it's I'll be there a full 12 hours before my appointment time. So what it means, I have time to do a whole 10-hour break before I even make my delivery. And on top of that, this particular customer, they allowed you to do a 10-hour break on their lot. So I can, and they're literally right around the corner from a Pilot truck stop right over there. So in fact, when I get off of it, if you want to look on the map on I-24, not far after you get on I-24 from Interstate 440 over on the southeast end of Nashville, go down a little bit, there's Murfreesboro, and one of those exits down there's a Pilot truck stop. You get off there and you go right past the Pilot truck stop. The very first street you can turn on after Pilot, you turn left on. And then there's another street you can turn right on. There's some one-way streets and stuff over in that area, and that goes into this industrial area with, you'll see railroad track sightings and stuff on the map. It's over in that area. It's the Americold facility. So, I can always stop at either the Pilot or at my customer, whatever. Send my arrival call, hey, I'm here, and then just put in a little comment there. Hey, I'll be staged at, I'll be doing a break at either in their lot or at the Pilot nearby until it's time to deliver, and then I'll make my delivery. And then once I'm done with my delivery, I can go ahead and just roll with the fresh 14-hour clock immediately toward whatever other load. So I don't have to have a delay unless there's just nothing that they can send me to go running toward right away. Hopefully now, From Murfreesboro for us. Now, a friend of mine is more up to speed on where we reload out of there. He did say the Tyson plant in Blounsville is common, but there are some other places that he's done pickups from out of there, after delivering there. Because this friend actually is from that same area, or well, not from there, but he lives there. He's actually from Turlock, California, but he's currently actually living or calling Murfreesboro area home. So, or I think it's Murfreesboro. He's right there in that area just on the east end of Nashville. So that's his home area. So I just forget what other shippers we go to, but beside the point. At least having at least one good idea on where I might go for a pickup after this, and Blounsville's fine. It's I know where that's at, and I know pretty good chance where it's gonna go. We'll see. Haven't gotten a reload assignment yet, but my DM does know what my PTA is, so hopefully they'll have me hooked up. So may not hear something until tomorrow though. Alright, Tom, you never heard Scotty talk about it. Yeah, a lot of drivers don't, and you'd be surprised. There are actually a lot of experienced drivers who don't even know what PTA is, surprisingly. A lot of it has to do also, though, with what, because you might have 20 or 30 years of experience, but it might be focused on maybe a smaller companies or running your own freighter or whatever, and in a position where you never have to worry about communicating that kind of thing, because if you run by yourself, all you need to know is when you're ready to roll. You don't need to tell anybody about it. It doesn't matter what the terminology or anything like that is. You just get rolling when you're ready to roll, to go toward your next load. And then if you're always with the smaller companies, good example. If you're with a company that only has maybe 10 or 20 trucks, I'm gonna give you a nice little contrast here, okay? Obviously, I drive for JCT. We have 800 trucks. It's a lot of trucks. Now, how many dispatchers do we have? Basically, we'll put it this way. My dispatcher has about 50 to 55 or so drivers on her board. So, you compare a small company with only, at most, maybe 20 drivers in the entire company versus, so even just one dispatcher might only have that many drivers to deal with versus a company like JCT where my dispatcher alone has 55 or 50 plus drivers, whatever, and one of our DMs has over 60 drivers. Her name is Jen. I don't know how many drivers every DM in our company has on their board, but it's very common for mega companies to have basically only enough dispatchers where they have at least a good 50 driver or trucks for every DM. That's a heavy workload. So what happens, especially when you're dealing with maybe a mega company full of inexperienced drivers, like say at Sierra England or I'm not really sure what the demographic is with Swift drivers, to be honest with you. They actually have a better safety record than you think. I don't know how robust their training program is compared to compared to their overall fleet size or anything like that. So I can't really speak for companies I don't have first-hand experience with. So I'll just since I do have experience with Sierra England, I do know that their DMs tended to have about 50 or so trucks as well. And I know demographically, Sierra England, when I was with them, I think it was by 80, I want to say about 80% of their entire fleet had 1 year or less of experience. So in other words, you got a whole bunch of rookies who don't know anything, or maybe you had some, you have a handful of rookies in there who actually were maybe very well trained and were taught a lot of this stuff, but a lot of the others might have had slack ass trainers or trainers who didn't know what the hell they were even doing and just passed bad knowledge on to them, or bad, nothing of any use for them. So that's an unfortunate thing with those kind of companies. Unfortunately, I'll say. So, needless to say, you get a lot of drivers who don't know what they're doing. It creates an even heavier workload on the DM. So, in order to ease the load on the DM, it becomes hey, driver, it's your responsibility to tell me, the dispatcher, when you're ready to reload. It shouldn't be my job to go looking through your hours to see when you're, when you'll even be, when you'll have the hours to do something, and then even then, they can't read your mind. They don't know if you want to get some, just catch up on rest before you roll again, do laundry or do something, or maybe even. Maybe you're in a city where you know somebody personally and you don't get to see them much and just want to spend a few hours hanging out with them before you get moving again. These are the kind of things that drivers do actually deal with when driving OTR. So they can't read their mind, and it actually is the driver's responsibility to tell the DM, hey, I will not be ready to reload until such and such time, or I'll be ready to roll right away, or something along that line. You have to communicate with them if you want things to go the way you want it to go, though. Now, a much smaller company, like I say, a 10 or 20 truck company, you're only going to have one dispatcher, maybe, and they might have more experienced drivers, and not even half the number of trucks on their board than a typical mega carrier DM might have. So, much easier workload for them. So, they might just out of boredom decide to go look at a driver who's going to be delivering, or they're trying to set up a reload for. They might be able to look at their hours and say, okay, you'll be, and they might know that, they tend to know the drivers, how they like to run too. They might, might know they like to run immediately after delivering, or maybe they know they tend to like taking a few hours off after each delivery before they're ready to roll. Whatever, something along that line. And they can actually set up stuff that is actually to the driver's liking without even interacting with the driver. So what happens there is you get the driver, even an experienced driver with those kind of companies, they never have to communicate to PTAs because, like I said, the DM is not as heavily burdened with work, and they're in a position to where they can figure that kind of stuff out on their own. So, you'd be surprised that just because you have experience in the trucking industry doesn't necessarily mean you even know what PTA is. And but if you're gonna work for a bigger company like JCT, Sierra England, Swift, JB Hunt, Prime, any company with several hundred trucks or more, or even several thousand, you really want to know this kind of thing and make sure your DM knows when you're ready to reload, and do it as early as possible. I already knew previously, like 2 days ago, that I was going to probably be here. Actually not here, but I was probably going to end up in Murfreesboro around maybe 6 or so in the morning on the delivery day. Actually, when I shut down in Kingman, I knew I was going to be in Murfreesboro on the 14th at 6 or so in the morning. And it's only been off. Oh, there's somebody from JCT calling me right now. Hello. Hey, how you doing, Jake? Um, well, damn. How can I refuse that? Okay. I do have time off scheduled for I think the 22nd or something like that. Is that what they have it? Because it's mainly to get PM done on my truck, and I'm gonna need a new alternator. I think when I get there too. So as long as there's some kind of arrange. Oh, okay. Yeah. 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 I was kind of figuring that probably wouldn't be a problem either way. So. How many miles is it from here to there? Let me check. Yeah, yeah, I just shut down here just a few minutes ago. Oh, nah, yeah, I can't reach Memphis from here, and there's nowhere east of here that interests me to stop. Uh, okay, yeah, I'm checking Google Maps myself to see how far. Uh, I am 765 out, so it's about 12, a little about 13-hour drive plus my 10. So let's see. Well, actually, I'm gonna need another 10 on top of that. So 20 plus, so 33 hours plus 15. That's 48. Okay, yeah, I think I'd be there really super early on the 15th, like around 1 a.m. on the 15th. I think would be my ETA. What time is it due there? Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how far a drive it is from Lowell down to Fort Smith. I think that's enough time to get here. Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks. Bye. Okay, here's one of the benefits of running ahead of schedule on my load. I was just asked about swapping loads with another driver. He's going to come to me. Basically, they're trying to get him home, and I guess my load will get him home, and I'm going to get actually an extra 600 or so miles out of the swap. So it benefits me too. So yeah, this will work. I mean, I don't even have to call it a quid pro quo situation. It's as long as my hours are getting used up, I don't really care. I'll run anywhere, anything, anywhere, anytime, as long as I'm getting my hours used up. So yeah, I'm easy to deal with there, and I don't really care if I go to. Now, speaking of, the guys in Lowell, Arkansas, which is just south of Rogers, Arkansas, where we do a lot of Tyson pickups. I'm assuming that's where he just picked up his load from. Or I don't know if he just picked up, but if he's in that area, more than likely he just picked up the load right there. And he's going to probably swap with me here when he gets here. It's about 4 hours from now. And like I said, I don't know if you heard, his load's going to Salem, Virginia. So I'm going to do my 10-hour break here, and then as you heard me talking to the DM, there's where working with numbers can really be useful. Because you're probably wondering how in the hell did I come up with an ETA so fast to get from here to Salem, Virginia. Okay, and I'll explain that here. Alright, when on Google Maps, I don't care where the customer is, I just know it's in the ballpark. It's 765 miles from here. Okay, so if I run at 60 mile an hour pace, Alright, so going multiples of 6. So obviously 60 is 10 hours, or 600 miles is 10 hours. 660 miles is 11 hours. 720, basically it's 12 times 6. That's 720. And then add in another more than half an hour. So I just rounded it up to 13 hours. Because I may run a little slower, who knows? So I'll need about 13 hours to work with. And I got 31:18 right now, so no, that's not a problem. So start with the 13 hours. It's how much time it's going to take. Now, how much break time do I need? I have my 10-hour break that I just started now, and I have another 10-hour break that I'll need to do because I can't run 765 miles in a single shift. I can run over 700 in a shift, but I can't do 765. That's a little too far. My mathematical limit in a 70-mile-an-hour truck is 770 miles. No way possible I'm going to do 765 miles in a shift. Because some of those minutes that are, I'm counting, I can't run at 70 miles an hour. Like, some of these minutes are going to be just me trying to get from this parking spot over to the freeway. And then more time getting from the freeway up to full speed, and then there'll be spots where I'll get slowed down. So no possibility I'm going to do 765. I have to do an extra 10-hour break. So 13 plus 2 10-hour breaks, it's 20 hours of break. So it's 20 plus 13 is 33. And the current time in Virginia, because that's East Coast, I believe, that is 15:30. I'll just say 1600. So 33 plus 16, that's 49. Okay, so now start subtracting 24, or multiples of 24. Every time you do a multiple of 24, subtracting from that, this is just my math version, you add a day to the current day. So today's the 13th. If I subtract 48, that's 2 days from now. That's the 15th. And what I have left over is 1. So it means my ETA would be 1 a.m. on the 15th. And it sounds like, from what he was telling me, I'd have 5 or so hours to spare, which means it sounds like the appointment time over there in Salem will be about 6 a.m. on the 15th. So, alright. Let's see. My truck is almost due for a PM2. Yeah, mine. Now my alternator's starting to make noises like the bearing's starting to go out, so yeah, I'm kind of really hoping I can make it over there and then make it back to the West Coast and get a load out that way, whatever, and then hopefully the alternator will hold up so I don't have to worry about getting towed to a shop to get it changed or some crap. So I don't know, it's not making any noises right now, but it's kind of off and on making noises, and I can tell from the way it sounds that it's probably a bearing. And on top of that, I need to take a look at this, have them look at this axle or whatever the hell it is. I need to double check my hub oil. Anyway, yeah, I'll even take a quick look before I end the feed. Washer does not like blanket out of balance. Third time and got it right. That's good for you. That's why you're getting more miles than Scotty. I can't really pinpoint for sure why I get more miles than Scotty. I have ideas on why that might be. One, I have more of a habit of running these longer shifts. Show you my hours here. Okay, this is my recap situation now. I reset on the 9th. My last reset was on the 9th. So this 1 hour and 3 minutes was after I did a 34-hour reset. So all these recaps right here, those don't count. I don't get those because I reset my clock on the 9th. So the first recap I'll get is 1 hour and 3 minutes 4 nights from now. And then the next night after that, I'll get 11:23 back on my clock, added to my clock. And then the next one after that, I only get 4:40. And then the next two, I have 11:22 and 10:11. So some really quality recap hours coming in. And Yeah, or except for that, those couple of little shitty ones. But the times I have watched Scotty's streams, he can't seem to run more than 100, 150 miles or whatever before he stops for whatever reason. Whether it's burrito run or field trip sightseeing kind of stuff or whatever, I don't know. And I know part of the problem he always runs into also is that he's always really tight on his schedule. Where you see that they give him. I know he was complaining about that actually, where he gets loads where he can't possibly deliver it on time, or he can't get to the shipper on time, whatever, and then he has to add in a 10-hour break. That the way I run, I might he probably has to do a 10-hour break on loads that I might not have to run myself because of me setting myself up for that load in advance. I don't know if that's what's actually going on with him, but I'm saying that's a possibility. You guys who watch him a lot more often have a much better idea how close he gets to his receivers before he actually delivers his loads. I'm set up where even if I was to deliver this load straight from here, 360 miles from here to my receiver, I can make my delivery, and then I'd still have I'd still be able to run 250 plus miles or even 300 miles after I'm done with my delivery and cover the deadhead miles to another load. So it's the efficiency in how I run. And also when I take my breaks, they're usually only 10 hours. When it's a 10-hour break, it'll only take 10 hours. When it's a 30-minute break, well, depends. I'm more apt to only leave it and make it only a 38-minute break, and then do my slack time when I'm by my customer. I can take extra long time actually at when I'm close to my customer, and it's like that last load to Sparks. I was running way ahead of schedule, and I knew I was going to be there way early. I could have elected to stop and do take a little more leisurely pace, and then take an extra 10-hour break in there. However, if I'd done that, I wouldn't have had enough time actually up by Sparks to do a 34-hour reset. So I would have been basically working on the recaps. And in that situation, like, why deal with recaps if I can get there soon enough to do a complete 34-hour break before I deliver and have a fresh 70-hour clock to work with, and then run as hard as I want to on the next load, and not have to worry about getting trapped and waiting for recap hours to come in before I can do anything. And I don't want to have to take 14, 15, 16-hour breaks just because I don't have hours to run. Good example here, Linda, if you're still on here, she stopped in Brooklyn, Texas, in between Houston and Dallas right now, waiting for her her recap hours tonight at midnight to come in before she can do anything else. Don't know how long ago she got there, but it's 2:37 now, and she was on here before 1400 or 2 o'clock. So she has to take longer than, depending on what she has on her clock right now, I guess. If she only has let's just say half an hour left on her 70-hour clock, then the earliest she can get running tonight is about 11:30 tonight, and then roll into her recaps tonight. And she got there earlier today. She might be sitting there for 13, 14 hours before she even has the opportunity to do that. So, I take advantage of opportunities like that. If I have an opportunity for a 34, while I'm under a load, and if I can't get rid of the load by a swap or something, then make the best of the situation. I take an extra long break when I'm actually at the receiver, and then now I had a fresh 70 to do this load with. So that's one of the ways I tend to get better miles. Like I said, I don't have to sit and wait to do 12, 18 or whatever. Even last time I was on recaps, I think it was like last week, I even had one where I did a 19, almost 20-hour break because I didn't have hours. I had already gotten to particular spot like earlier in the day, and the amount of hours I had left on my clock, yeah, because I ran a full shift, and the hours that I had left were not enough to run me whenever my 10-hour break was up. I was going to have to wait till later the following day before I could just roll right into my recap hours the following night. So I ended up doing 19 and a half, almost actually close to 20-hour break, only because I had to. So that's one of the ways I run efficiently. All right. Scott, I don't know. Scotty has a lot more viewers, and I know he has reasons for having a lot more viewers, and he's a good guy. But we run two different philosophies, I'm sure, and we have different ideals in the way we run or want to spend our lives and stuff. So I can't sit there and I'm not going to criticize him. He's got to do what's right for him. I got to do what's right for me. And his ideal is to, a little bit more leisurely and kind of feed the YouTube stream and all that, and give people stuff worth watching. It's knock himself out. I can't fault him on that. If that's what's important to him, it's his value. Your DM stream, I kind of heard that a few times. Okay, so I have just under 4 years of total trucking experience, and my DM has even told me that where if she hadn't seen on my own on my driver profile or me telling her or whatever, because she can see what my total experience is. If I hadn't told her or she didn't see on my profile that that's all I had, she would have sworn I had easily over a decade or more of experience. Yeah, because how well I run and communicate and all that. So it's how well I was trained. Many years of military experience. Communicate. I cannot preach this enough. Extremely important when I was in the military, Air Force, and the same thing here. They can't see, they can't read your mind, and the only way a lot of the times they know what's going on is you get on the damn tablet on the Qualcomm here and tell them what's going on. Hey, I'm at such and such place, I'm shutting down here, or something. You never know. They might not. You might not think that it's important to them for them to know it, but you'd be surprised at how just what amount of good communication can actually do for a dispatcher. And the easier you make their job, the easier, the more effectively they can set you up and keep you running too. And believe me, every DM, they want all of their trucks to be rolling as much as possible. They don't want trucks to be sitting more than they have to be. But if you make it harder for them to do the job, or basically make them do work for you that is actually your job to do, and they just don't have time to do it, or they can't, they're just not going to do it because it's not their responsibility, then you start running into problems. So I cannot stress enough, communicate. If you're a new driver, take that extremely seriously. Communicate. It's very, very important. Oh, hey, what's up, Mish? And JR, look like everybody's coming online now that I'm already parked. He's a part-time trucker. Find it easy to blame Tyler, his DM, but that's me, Mr. Easy. I don't know a heck of a lot about Tyler. I have heard people talk about him, but I don't recall too much specific stuff. Again, and sometimes it's just a DM can be great for one driver and terrible for another driver. So that's another dynamic there. It could be the wrong personality types or whatever, or just the way the two. Trying to think of this in another term here, because the DM is not your boss. The DM is your right hand. They're the admin side of the driver, basically. They're the one who basically they'll search the load boards to see what might fit for each driver, and then but they don't pick they can't assign the driver load. They instead they ask the planner, hey, any chance I can get this particular load for this particular driver? And then the planner will look it up and, you know, figure out, because they might have some bigger, grander scheme thing going on. Like they might have another driver on someone else's board who might need a particular load that's being asked for home time or something along that line. So DM doesn't always get what the DM wants for the driver. So there's something else to consider there. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot more pieces of the puzzle than just one driver and their individual needs. And then not to mention, it's, you know, you all of you guys can probably relate on this in some ways. People you work with in your own workplaces, doesn't matter if it's trucking. Some people you might find you work really, really well with, and then other people you might find that you can't stand working with them, and it's always just personality clash, or the way you guys work, it just doesn't mesh well, or you don't communicate well, or something along that line. You just don't get mesh well with each other. It's the same situation between drivers and DMs. Sometimes you get a really good fit, and sometimes you just don't. It doesn't mean that either side is bad. It's just because you can have a good DM and a good driver, and they just don't go. They just don't mesh together very well, and bad things are going to happen, unfortunately. So I don't know anything else really about Tyler. I don't want to. I don't want to go sitting there talking bad about, you know, some of our people, and especially when I really don't know anything about. I don't have any personal experience with them myself, and I tend to like to reserve judgment about people if I don't have first-hand experience working with them. Alright, Ice, whose dog was that with? Balloon? Oh, some guy who came into the pub. I think he's a regular. Apricot rushing toward. I don't personally know him. Been here about an hour. Okay. I should have kidnapped the dog. Got a 34 Oscar Gunner, that's why I'm low on recaps now. Yeah, and I'm down to, let's see, what was it? Come on. I think I'd say 31. Yeah, 31.18 left, and I'll need 13. That'll leave me with about 18 to go. And then I'll have to work my way into those recaps. I have 3 days of no recaps, so basically 2 days I'm going to run, and two more, you know, over the next 2 days I'm going to get about 13 hours ran, and then I'll have 18 left to work with between that day and the next day. So it's still pretty decent hours there, you know, but then the next day we'll only have one. So looking ahead, it might be a little more tricky for me. Good Lord, my last trainee couldn't change the reefer mode. Oh my God. Yeah, that's bad. You know, and some of these guys, yeah, really do, like you're saying there, Mish, sometimes you gotta shake your head at some of these guys. I did a swap with a guy a few months ago in Ogden, Utah. And the guy had only 6 months of experience. I don't remember what company he had come from, but I don't know if it was Sierra England or someone else, but he only had about 6 months of experience. He had picked up the load in Wenatchee, Washington. He had a problem with his truck. He ended up taking the truck over to the Freightliner dealer over in Seattle, which is not a very short trip. It's better part of probably 150 to 200 mile run between the two. And I was kind of thinking, there a Freightliner dealership along the route you could have stopped at or something. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking. And I'm thinking just use Trucker Path and then find out where there's a Freightliner dealer along my actual route, and not go 200 miles back out of route to go get the dealership and get whatever the truck problem was fixed. And then he ends up swapping with me in Ogden because he's running behind on the load, obviously. And it was going to be a push. I told him I don't know if I can get the load delivered on time myself, but I'll give it a try. I think there's a possibility I could, but fingers crossed kind of thing. Because I had to run, I think, three shifts of 650 miles or so per shift to have a chance. Because if I was going to need to do a fourth shift at all, the extra 10-hour break, I would not have made it on time. And I had to do it in 3 shifts. It was over 1,900 miles, I remember that. Yeah. It was basically, and there was, I was live on part of it where, I was going down through, like Jonesboro, Arkansas and all that. Some of you guys were watching that stream, so there was that load there. I ended up getting that load delivered to Brundage, Alabama on time because I was able to get the, in the 3 shifts and not need that extra 10-hour break. So I actually got the load delivered on time, and the planner for the Pacific Northwest, who was responsible for that load, he was like totally, oh my God, you saved my ass. Like, next time you come up to PNW, I'm gonna hook you up with any load you want. Just let me know. So, I just ran my butt off though. But anyway, the swap that I did with the guy. Okay, now the way I drop my trailer, some of you guys might have seen. I'll set my trailer brake first, and then I'll drop my airbags, and then I'll back into my trailer, with the brake set, the trailer brake set, but tractor release, and I'll back into it to make sure that there's not going to be any binding between the kingpin and the fifth wheel latch. And then I'll set my tractor brakes and I'll get out. And so once I'm out of the truck and ready to drop the landing gear, the airbags are already fully deflated, which means it minimizes the amount that I have to drop the landing gear before it actually contacts the ground. And it also means when I get back underneath the trailer, I can lift my airbags back up, and by the time I'm ready to actually go crank the landing gear up, they're already a good 3 inches off the ground before I've even started to crank the gear. So anyway, that's what I did. And this guy parks way over on the other side of the lot, and he had a straight back setup, and I was trying to figure out why the hell he was taking so damn long to do a straight back backing. If it was a little more of a complicated, like a 45, and maybe there was something wrong with the setup, I could see having to take a little bit of time, but it was a not far offset straight back. Like, what's taking this guy so long? I can't figure out why it's so hard to get in, why it's taking so many minutes to get into a spot. Man, I can do a 45 and be in 1 or 2 minutes at most. And this guy took like 5 or 6 minutes easily on a straight back and was still not in there. And so that was the first thing. I was like, this guy's not an experienced driver. I didn't know who I was dealing with, but I could tell just by watching him back that he probably didn't know anything. Then we do the swap, or he gives me his paperwork, I give him mine. He gets out from under his trailer, goes down the lane to where my trailer is dropped, and but he didn't show me his scale ticket. So, and I knew where he came from, and I know it was going to be a heavy load. Wenatchee, Washington. Come on, it's apples or strawberries. Probably a very heavy load. So I want to know what your scale weight was. When I get underneath his trailer, and when I got down there, I went down there. I walked back down to where I had dropped my trailer, and to meet up with him and ask him about his scale ticket. And I could tell that he was still in front of the trailer, like where he wasn't actually underneath it. And then the next thing, when I get over by where his driver's door is, he starts. I don't know what to do. What do you mean? Yeah, I can't. It's too low. I can't get underneath it. So I gotta go drop your airbags. How do I do that? What the? Are you kidding me? How do you not know how to drop your damn airbags? And now mind you, some companies that don't have deflatable airbags on their trucks. Like the Sierra England trucks I always drove all had deflatable airbags, but someone just told me recently that they stopped. They actually started. They started taking those away from them. Now they don't have deflatable airbags or something like that. So maybe that's why this guy wasn't trained on that. But sorry, that's still not an excuse to me, because you get a new truck. Don't you think it'd be wise to take a look at the layout of it, where all the switches are, where they're at, what all the controls are, and then get to know like what control is what and when and why you'd want to use that control? So anyway, He's in a, what is it, 2017 Freightliner, I think is what it was. And now I'm going to show you mine. My airbag deflate switch is right here. Okay, so here's my my parking brakes. Right here, air suspension dump is the switch I use to drop my airbags. Okay, so on Freightliners, it's been a while since I've been in a Freightliner. I forgot where the airbag dump switch was. I can't remember. I wanted to say it was over in that same area or somewhere up here also, but I forgot. It might have been accidentally. Yeah, on a Freightliner, for all I know, it could have been over here. I forgot. It was the toggle switch, though, on mine. Now, on all the Freightliners I drove prior to that. However, his did not have any such thing, and then on top of that, his dome lights weren't working, and it was dark, so he's like, I think he had to use his phone flashlight to figure out what's what, and he couldn't find it. And then he finally moves the Qualcomm. Finally moves the Qualcomm unit, like, you know, where it's kind of just over like that. And back here behind it, I had noticed a black valve. A black valve that looks just like my parking brakes, but it's black and not yellow and red. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's it right there. And then he's like, what do I do now? I was like, push it in. Or pull it out. I forget now, because I've not driven the truck with that kind of an airbag deflate design, but I know that I know for sure that the black knob was related to that, because I've seen people talk about it before. So I knew just, hey, if it's out, push it in. If it's in, push it out. It's not rocket science, is it? Apparently it is, though. So I told the guy, push it in or whatever, pull it out, whatever you need to do with it to put it in the opposite position that it's in. So then he finally deflates the bags. And it turned out his tires were sitting a little higher than mine were, and it was actually starting to rub on the apron of the trailer. So I actually did have to raise the landing gear just a slight bit. Raise the trailer by extending the landing gear a slight bit to make sure his tires were going to get underneath it, because he was actually trying to back into it but couldn't, because the tires were rubbing on the apron. So I got it up just enough where the tires would clear, and then he goes underneath it, and then once his fifth wheel gets underneath the apron, I told him, don't couple in yet, just get it in there a little, just where the fifth wheel, it normally sits at an angle like that. And I told him, just get it in there far enough where your fifth wheel flattens out and is completely underneath the apron, not necessarily coupled though. So once you do that, raise your airbags back up. While they're raising back up, go ahead and couple in. And then once you're done coupling in, and then because I knew he didn't know what the hell he was doing, I was really wanting to see if he was going to do a proper inspection to make sure he really was connected correctly, because a lot of people don't. And I'm going to get to that in a second. A lot of people say when you hook up to a trailer, do a tug test to make sure you don't drop it, so you don't, make sure you're actually hooked up. No. Yeah, you want to do a tug test? No, you don't do a tug test for that purpose. You do it for something completely different. You do not do a tug test to make sure you are coupled to the trailer correctly. Don't ever do that. You will drop a trailer by, even with a good tug test, if certain conditions are met. Mainly, like say, if your fifth wheel is dry or somewhat dry, and it might actually feel like you're latched in, and you can do a tug test and not even really be latched in. Like maybe the kingpin is up on top of the fifth wheel, or because you high pinned it or something, and you go to pull forward, because it's so dry or whatever, that there's actually enough friction on there where the trailer will actually, where you'll feel enough pressure where the trailer will resist moving, sliding off. But then when you go to, you release the trailer brakes and go start taking off to drive, as soon as you turn and put a twisting force between the fifth wheel on the apron, or on the kingpin, whatever, or the apron of the trailer, now you just broke all the friction, because all that surface area, the huge amount of surface area between the apron of the trailer and that fifth wheel plate. So yeah, you get a dry fifth wheel and a dry apron, it's gonna stick. But once you get a twist there, you just broke up the friction, and now guess what? Your trailer falls off. Don't ever use a tug test as a means to check that your trailer is hooked up properly. The only one and only one way to make sure you're hooked up properly: get your fucking lazy ass out of your truck, get your ass underneath that trailer, and do a visual inspection. I actually have had a few times, never with the JCT trailer or trucker trailer, but I've had at least 3 or 4 times with Sierra England equipment, and actually Sierra England, both Sierra England and Walmart trailers, where this happened, where I always did my customary visual inspection, and first thing I noticed is my fifth wheel lever itself did not look like it was in as far as it normally was. I was used to seeing it, so I'm like, what? That doesn't look right. Then I go do my visual inspection on the actual latch, and now I can see a little gouge mark on the right side of the latch. Like, okay, I was an aircraft mechanic for 20 years. I know really well what gouges are all about and what causes them. You don't get a gouge mark from it just sitting there in the open air. So why am I seeing a gouge mark? Because gouge marks only happen from metal contact being made usually. And so when I see a gouge mark, it tells me something that normally makes contact with something it's not, and it's actually in a position where I can see it. I should not be able to see that. So it told me that it was not latched properly. And like I said, I've had the same exact situation at least 3 or 4 times on, a couple of times. Thankfully, I had trainees in the Walmart fleet when these happened, and I would actually show them, hey, look, this is exactly why I say always do a visual inspection. And I actually have pictures of it on my phone here, and I sometimes post it online on Facebook. Talk about that. And show, look, this is not a properly latched fifth wheel. It looks like it is, but it's not. And every one of those situations, what I did was I backed back into the trailer all the way so I could release the fifth wheel all the way. Unlatch the fifth wheel, pull back away from the trailer a little bit, and then come back in and latch back in. Until I see that it's the lever is all the way in and that the latch, I don't see any kind of gouge marks, and it looks like it's actually properly latched in, that trailer's not going to move a single inch for me. And that's the way you'll make sure you will never ever drop a trailer, barring a mechanical problem with the fifth wheel or the kingpin or something, which does happen, but it's rare. The vast majority of all drop trailers are because the driver was a lazy ass and didn't want to get underneath the trailer and actually visually inspect like it's their job to do. Okay, so very important safety thing there, guys. Especially if you're new to the industry or going to get in the industry, please, please, please take that part extremely seriously. Alright, Mish says dry is bad in all facets. Yeah. Some other facets too, but I won't get into that. Yeah, not trucking related. You gotta get my mind going that way, right? I tug, visual, and tug again, then pray. Trying to light up the tractor's ass. Yeah, there you go. And you should be listening for the double click. And of course, you gotta I gotta say that to get Tom going as well, since we're not here. So, there's a light bulb and candle or something and flash. Yeah, there you go. So, anyway, hopefully you guys got a lot of good information on all that. Freightliner had a little control box under my seats. You were talking about for the airbags, Mish? Pack car control box. I'm guessing you were talking about for the airbags. Yeah, it seems like Freightliner has some different designs, so I'm not familiar with the one you were talking about there, though. And something else that's interesting too with most all the Freightliners too. They always seem to have the shut-off switch over here on the side of the between the driver's seat and the door. That you can turn to actually shut off all current power draw from the batteries. My truck does not have any such switch. I don't have that capability. But every Freightliner I've ever driven and seen people drive, at least for the we're talking like 2014 and newer. Because I think the oldest Freightliner I drove was a 2014. So like I say, I've only been driving not quite 4 years. That first one I drove was a 2014 with an 8-speed manual. It had that shut off in it. All the trucks that I trained on in CDL school all had that shut off switch. Okay, I had a mounted leveling control box under my seat with an extension cord. Could stand outside with it and watch how far to drop airbag. That's interesting. Then it had a self-level button. Huh. So it's almost, because I remember when, the trucks used to always have like trolley valves or trailer brake valves. And for those of you guys who aren't sure what a trolley valve is, I can't show you on my truck because I don't have one, but me or anybody else, I know Linda for sure, if you're still on here, can relate on this. There are trucks that would have maybe like a lever right here on the steering wheel that you could operate it, move it up and down. Kind of think of like if you ever look at an electric guitar, you know how they have the whammy bar on the electric guitar? Something along that line. And what it does is it actually controls only the trailer brakes, like, so you can apply varying amounts of brake pressure to just the trailer brakes only and not the tractor. And one of the old school uses for that was if you have a trailer axle skid, say the tractor's still going straight, but the trailer starts skidding off to the side of you. One of the techniques that older school drivers would use, and they might still use, would be to operate the trolley valve and then keep the truck steady throttle going straight ahead, and it would force the trailer to get back in line with the truck. And then they'd release the trolley valve once it was back in line with the truck. Okay, I trained on trolley valve, but my truck isn't spec'd with one. Okay, so yeah, so at least, but you have experience with it. I don't. I only know from watching conversations on Facebook, or actually, getting an understanding and seeing pictures of it and all that. So, that's a good experience to have there. Yeah, just kind of different bells and whistles on how to work with things. But yeah, a lot of the modern trucks don't have those valves anymore. But a lot of the drivers who have any amount of experience, more than, let's just say, maybe something around Scotty's experience or more, whatever, probably at one point in time drove a truck with a trolley valve on it. And there are still trucks out here that do have trolley valves. It's just newer model Freightliners, or not just Freightliner, all the trucks that are newer model probably don't have it though. Just a handbrake for a trailer. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Mike. Okay, so the name of the guy I'm swapping with is Mike. 3718A. So 3718 Alpha is the truck I'm going to be looking for. Call each other for ETA and location at swap point. Call dispatch. All right. Yeah, and I'll have to double check, make sure you can reach here, but I think you can based on the hours that Jake said he had on him. So anyway. I've been chit-chatting for a while here. I've been off duty for 51 minutes already. Didn't realize I'd been bullshitting for that long. And even more surprising, it's only the feed's only 5 hours and 37 minutes long, and I drove almost 500 miles. No, I drove almost 300 miles, I think, just since I've been streaming only. So yeah, that's interesting. I don't think we've ever had them here. I've been around trucks since Jesus was born. Alright. Johnson Bar. Now you mentioned that, I have heard that term for it also. Let's scroll back. Alright. So anyway, it's kind of a nutshell of what's going on here. I'm going to get a hold of this other driver, I guess, pretty soon and make sure he's okay with getting here. Should be alright. Or if not, I'll probably backtrack to where he's at and do the swap wherever he ends up, and then run his load wherever. So, all right. So anyway, I'm gonna go and end the feed and run inside, do whatever, and then give this guy a call and see what's happening. So, I'll be running around midnight-ish. It's the middle of the night, probably not many people online. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be streaming the first half of that shift, but same situation as today. I didn't stream the first half of the shift, but I did stream the second half, and I'll probably do the same thing tomorrow. So, watch for me during daylight hours. I'll stream that part of the shift. All right. Not sure where we'll end up, but we'll see. So, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you guys all got some good entertainment, good information, or whatever. You got some kind of value out of this. So, we'll see you all tomorrow.